what you want to say, baby, when you're alone in the darkest night. Maybe you can give your radio back. Open your heart and show your eyes. Take your destiny. And grow your love, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your eyes.
Good morning. Good afternoon. Good evening. It's probably evening for some of you. What time is it? Oh my god, I don't even know. I tell you, I spend one night editing a video all night for you, and it just completely disorients my sense of time. But at least now I'm sleeping kind of normally. How are you, though? That's the question. How is my lovely chat? Welcome to stream. We got some unfinished business, right? We got some unfinished business. We started looking into this whole shoe on head, Manosphere, is the left doing right by the men thing a while ago. And then like 18 different things happened, including the Republican debate, including Tucker on Trump. And my attention was needed elsewhere, but we're back. We are back. There we go. That's the music that tells us how back we are. We are so back. So back that I probably have this turned too loud. There we go. I think that's the perfect volume. What's going on? Oh, I know. Stuff moved. Let's move it back. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I'm like, I'm not in the right place in my frame. Yeah, but check out my hair, chat. Like, as some of you know, I've recently moved, and when you move, you put everything into boxes, into bags, and then you move those boxes and bags, and sometimes you lose track of things that you very much need. For me, it was like my makeup, it was my volumizing hair wand, which is very important, and what else was it? Oh yeah, oh my god. Cat ears. Cat ears was the other thing that I couldn't find, but I did a little digging and I found all those. I look fantastic, thank you. I don't feel fantastic, I still feel sleepy, kind of, but not as sleepy, I guess, as I was yesterday, right? Sorry for no stream yesterday, that's why I'm making up the stream to you today. Also, because like I said, we have unfinished business with Shoe on Head and with Thought Slime and with Vaush and Fresh and Fit. Yeah, all kinds of stuff is happening. There's all kinds of notes that I need to hit today. Wait, okay, what else is missing? That's missing. Let's go there. Go right there. Oh, Zara, I didn't even see. Thank you for the tier 3 19-month subscriptions. Thank you so much. That's a lot of months and that's a lot of tiers. Oh my god, I said it like tiers. Like, I mean tiers, like there's 3. Anyway. I appreciate people that get the high tier subscriptions on Twitch and on YouTube. Yeah, we got a new sponsor. That's the other thing. Okay, look, I don't know much about this yet, but I do know that it's quicker than HelloFresh. Yeah, we did the HelloFresh sponsorship before. If you watched me in that cooking stream, it was about half of my stream because I'm a very slow cook. I am very slow in the kitchen. It takes me a long time. Factor apparently is different in that it's all in the package, you microwave the package, and you're ready to eat. So there's no chopping and there's no anything. It's just eating, and cheaper than takeout. So anyway, we'll have to let you know more about that later. I'll see if I can get a box of this, right? But you know, I don't know. I couldn't find the place to get a free box sent to me because I want to unbox it and then just show you. Just eat it in front of you. I'm gonna eat on stream, just like Hassan, just like I always do. I don't think you could stop me from eating on stream, but this time I'm gonna be eating good on stream. And the cool thing about Factor, okay, so you may or may not know this, because I'm not one of these vegans that's like up in your face of like, I'm a vegan, why are you not one? Why are you eating meat? Why are you drinking animal products there? Why is there cheese on your pizza and not Beyond cheese, right? I'm not one, like, you hardly hear it from me, right? I'm one of the vegans. Oh, she's vegan. Yeah, I'm a vegan. I'm hard to shop for. It's hard to, find a restaurant. It's I always have to look on the labels and stuff like that. One really good thing about Factor is they have specific meals like for vegans. It's not just like vegetarian. They have a specific vegan thing. They also have a specific keto thing. They have a specific they have lots of specific meal plans. If you eat a certain way, Factor's probably got it. And you don't really have to think about it. You don't have to like search around and be like, all right, which one of these is the one that's vegetarian, right? It's right there for you. So that's the one thing that's kind of nice about them, is they make everything easy for you. Anyway, we'll get more into that later. This is not a sponsored stream. I just wanted to introduce the sponsor since they're right over there. And if you want to find out more about them, I think it's !Factor. But yeah, you should see that. Substreet continues, you don't have to bully me for crying. Well, no, like, I swear to God, like, if you followed me for that long, you've definitely seen me shed some tears. But no tears today. We're gonna cover, I feel like, oh my God, I almost feel like I have to hit that shoe video again. The Kappa, oh my God, I got copyright claimed for this. One of these had copyright claimable music. That's the thing about shorts, right? There's no copyright system really for shorts. There is one for me though, so I gotta watch out. But yeah, Kappas are cool. Because we had a golden Kappa stream. These are all the things that I've been watching, including some streamers that are banned on Twitch that I can't watch right now. There is a new update with Illuminaughtii too that we're gonna have to go into. Don't let me forget that. That's really quick. It's not like she didn't put out a video or anything like that. But apparently she is suing Oz Media, and we found out through some leaks that Oz and she were dating at some point. So it's not just content creator channel drama, sad MILF drama. That was also relationship drama, and I kind of suspected it, but yeah, we got it confirmed today. So that's going on. Oh my God, Skibbity Toilets. We're not gonna watch any Skibbity Toilets today, are we? Speaking of, yeah, vegans, Ostenox. I am just reminding myself of what I've been watching. Okay, so yeah, apparently this was the video, this is the Thought Slime video, that Vaush and then Shoe on Head were responding to. Vaush responded to it back in February. I think this came out in January. And then Shoe on Head responded to Vaush responding. So it's kind of a dogpile on Thought Slime, right? And they're not the only ones, right? Because Chud Logic has joined this dogpile too, strangely, right? Yeah, Thought Slime always getting attacked by sussy bakas. The weird thing with the Chud Logic thing really made me do a double take though, because if you look at the title and thumbnail, which you should never do if you're looking at a Chud Logic video, don't think that the title and the thumbnail are going to tell you the story of the video, because oftentimes it's just clickbait. It's just DK out there putting clickbait on there to get you to watch the video. But it made it sound like Thought Slime had attacked Shoe, and from my research, it's the exact opposite that actually happened. Oh yeah, and we also have some Jordan Peterson. Jordan Peterson got his license. No, it's not pulled though. That's the weird thing, is they're way too nice to this guy. So Jordan Peterson is a licensed psychologist of some kind in Canada, in the land of Canada, and there's a Canadian college of psychology that he's a member of, and that's what gives him his credentials, right? This guy has been telling people to unalive themselves on social media, right? And obviously he also, misgendered Elliot Page, dead named Elliot Page. That's what he lost his Twitter for. Originally, he's got his Twitter back now. He does a lot of, yeah, what's the other thing? He called his fellow psychologists, his peers, criminals for doing, you know, gender affirming care at all. So we got that to look forward to. We got a lot to cover, don't we? Let's get started. Let's get started with Shoe on Head. This is back where it all began. Shoe on Head men. Did anybody see me cover this?
I regret to inform you the...
Okay, one in chat if you've seen me cover this before. Because I feel like I did it late at night, and I didn't do a good job. And I know that because like I hardly remember anything about it. This is the audience participation part of the stream. 1 in chat if you saw me cover it, 2 in chat, or any other number that you choose. You could even use pi or an irrational number, an imaginary number. Any number that's not 1 will signify that you have not seen me cover this yet. Time is a flat circle. I can't remember the stream, but I remember chatting to me about it. 6. There we go. There we go. 4.32. I should like try to guess the significance of these numbers. The speed of light. Anybody remember the speed of light in a vacuum? I should remember that. God, I passed a chemistry exam based on knowing that number. Not just knowing that number. I knew a few other things too. I knew a lot of things. So at least one person has seen me cover Shoe on Head. We'll try to go through it quick, right? Because I don't like Shoe on Head. I don't know if I've mentioned this, all right? I don't like that top. God, I'm gonna get mean, and I shouldn't be mean because it's not like I'm some kind of hype beast over here. It's not like I'm, you know, dressed super nice with the best makeup, taking care of myself over here. I mean, I'm absolute goblin mode here in my pajama. Wait, can you even see that I'm wearing pajamas? Yes, I'm wearing pajamas. So I'm one to talk, right? But like, I just don't like Shoe. I guess. Sorry, Shoe. I don't even know what it is. Look, I should like her because look, she's got the same microphone as me. She's got the same microphone as me. She's got the same backlighting as me. Different flag. I don't think. Wait, do I have my flag here? I believe that my flag might be a different color than Shoe's. Fashionably serving us hot with extra side of shoulder. That's right. That's what I aim to do. So anyway, I should probably like Shoe on Head more than I do. I should be more forgiving. I mean, like, look, you know, like there's between me and her, there's like a really hot girl, right? If you know, like she's doing too much, I'm doing too little. Somewhere in the middle is like where, like, right? Because she's reminding me that like eyebrows are a thing. Look at her eyebrows, they're fantastic. Oh my god, I'm like making fun of her and I shouldn't be. I'm so mean. Okay, I gotta stop. Stop with the makeup. Oh my god, Vamps, thank you for the resub. 32 months. Damn. Thank you so much, Vamps. You have a flag from a country where all the hot, cool people come from. Exactly. She's got some of those colors on her flag, but I feel like it's just lighting.
Men are not okay. That's right, folks. The men are not okay.
I mean, I've known that for a long time, Shoe.
The men have no friends, no girlfriend, no college education, no money, are breaking their legs and inserting metal rods into their bones to be a few inches taller, and listening to AI Batman help them overcome their pornography addictions.
You deserve real love.
Turns out the society that was built by and allegedly for men has indeed let them down. Now you might be thinking, oh look, another boo-hoo poor men video by Shoe on Head. Yes. And if you have a problem with that, tune into literally anything else.
You're the only one who understands men, Shoe. Thank you for reminding us. You think they're gonna pick you though?
Men are in a crisis, and it seems nobody really cares. And the people who do care just seem like the people who want to sell them shit. It's not me. I'm different. So before we get into this, let's quickly get into...
Clearly, you're not like, you're... Wait, oh my god. You're not like other girls. There we go.
Today's sponsor. Today's sponsor is Holzgern. Holzgern is a young Austrian company that designs unique crafted watches and jewelry.
Okay,
And thank
that's
you,
all I
the
need to know.
viewer, as always, for not skipping the ad.
It's a young Austrian company that... Now let me tell you about the Austrian School of Economics.
Why are men and boys struggling? And what should we do about it?
No, wait, she's not one of those, right? Okay, so let's go over Shu's history a little bit. Shu came to prominence during the anti-SJW days of the middle 2010s, right? That's when Shu became a popular creator on YouTube, right? She was married to, dating, somehow associated with Armored Skeptic, another anti-SJW. And, you know, so basically dunking on feminists, dunking on SJWs, that kind of thing. That's what Shu was all about, right? And at some point, all of those people became Pepes. They became Trumpies. They became conservatives, right? Shu apparently not, you know, hates SJWs, hates feminists, but doesn't want to get on the Trump train, okay? So what is a Shu to do? Well, she found a guy named Vaush, who has somehow become like the priest of the left. And what do I mean by that? You go to Vaush for confession, okay? If you've been on the right, if you've been anti-SJW, if you've gotten a little too close to the Pepes, if you've gotten a little too close to the Donald, if you've gotten a little too close to Pol, right? You can come over to Vaush and say, oh my god, Vaush, I watched some of your videos and you totally de-radicalized me, and he will welcome you onto the left. Or he will tell you you're not good enough, right? You're worthless. You're worthless to him, right? Some people are worthless. Like, he didn't have a lot of interest in Kraut. He did have a lot of interest in Shu. And I don't know, just judging by that, I would say it might have something to do with the amount of subs somebody has, the size of their channel, the size of their platform. What can they do for Vaush? Maybe every decision that he makes is made on the basis of what can you do for Vaush, right? So Shu got in. Shu was redeemed, and it has caused all kinds of problems for the Vaush Clout Network ever since. My understanding, right, is that the bridge with Vaush is still operational, right? Because somehow, yeah, Shu is still serves a function to Vaush. Xander Hall and Demon Mama are not so keen on Shu. There's been a few things that she's done in terms of the Balenciaga panic and some of the Kink at Pride stuff that Xander Hall and Demon Mama just could not get with, but Vaush has stuck by Shu on head. Did I get everything right? So that's who we're dealing with here.
Got it.
A few new studies have come out that have shown that young men are more lonely
Is that Philadelphia back there? I'm not sure.
and single than
It's smear Connish, so
ever before. But it's not just men. The women and children, too. It's predicted 45% of women will be single and childless by 2030. But according to the media, this is a good thing. The she-economy is booming, as they say. And meanwhile, men being single is treated like this.
New study explains why some single men are having a hard time finding a new partner.
Some of the music that they listen to speaks very derogatory.
Right.
Yeah, men, stop listening to that derogatory music. Then maybe you won't be single. I don't know, I think men and women being...
okay, I mean, like, the very look, I mean, the mainstream media is not going to tell you what's going on in, like, the younger generations, right? You're not going to get this information from boomers on legacy media, obviously. But the one little nugget of truth that the mainstream media does have is that some of what is making it hard for certain men, because it's not all men, and you know, there's a lot of men that get left out and that never get talked about. You know, when we talk about men, it's time to talk about men, right? We're never going to talk about trans men, though. We're going to be talking about, you know, these fuckers listening to their funk music at the gym, thinking they are going to get a girlfriend. They're going to pump that funk. They're going to, you know, they're going to get swole, and then they're going to come up and be Chad and be like, hey, baby, you want to listen to some funk with me? No, we don't want to listen to your funk music. It's like the word. It's worse than electro swing. It somehow, can I get, is this a spicy take, chat? Am I going to lose subscriber by saying this? Did I just ruin anybody's day? I don't like funk. Okay, and look, I didn't hate it to begin with. I gave it a chance. I appreciated the Dr. Livesey Walk funk. I appreciated certain kinds of funk, but at this point, I just associate it with like alt-right. I don't know. Like it's forever arrested in that. Apparently, Shoe on Head was a reference to how certain people are required to require proof that certain people online were actually women. Yeah, only there's no women on the internet, but the only way you can prove that you are a woman on the internet is to put a shoe on your head, and that is a thing. 4chan, it's very 4chan. We do not want to funk it up. Yeah, sorry, I just like I can't listen to funk anymore. I don't hate it, but I've never really liked it, and it just like I don't know, it sends all the wrong messages. Okay, and so yeah, if you're listening to music that sends all the wrong messages, especially no, here's the thing, like right, I feel like there's a certain tendency, mostly with young men. Not entirely though. They're not all young men. They're young men. There's a certain tendency with you. They need to go to the YMCA is what I'm saying. No, there's a certain tendency to think that what they wear, what they like, what they're into, what they lift, right? That all these things are going to be, that's what's going to, get you friends. That's what's going to get you a relationship. And sometimes, like, especially when you try to flex that too hard, when you like, it has the opposite effect, right? If you were just, and I don't mean to say normal, because I'm not normal, and I don't want anybody to be, I don't want to put any pressure on anybody. I'm not Hassan. I'm going to tell you to just be normal, and that's the solution to everything, but just be yourself, right? How about trying to be yourself? But instead, they have all this shit, all this Andrew Tate, and all this, like the Chad memes and everything else that I feel like they think it's serving them, and it's actually reverse serving them.
Single and lonely kind of shows there might be something wrong.
That was a stun lock,
with society.
by the way.
Perhaps we should address this, not just wave it.
There's something wrong with society. I mean, yeah, you think so? There's a specter. Okay, I'll just put it there that way.
Empowering or pathetic. According to several different articles, I love how that's my source.
Like, when has there not been something wrong with society? When has there not? You can't find it. You can't find it. Can you point to the time when there's not been something wrong with society?
Read about it on the internet. Research shows that people from individualist countries show a greater sense of loneliness. This is linked to socioeconomic development, increased education.
Okay, now here's what's weird, right? If Shu says the problem is Western culture, she's gonna lose so many viewers.
A shift towards.
Oh my god, thank you, Shakespeare, for the gift sub to Moni. Yeah, that's, oh my god. I don't know, for some reason I decided to do 15 today. I think it's cause I don't know, but we'll try to do 15 today, okay? And see if we can do that. I don't know when the ad breaks are coming up, but something's telling me that they might be coming up in 4 minutes. If that's the case, I should probably tell you that you can get out of that ad break with a Twitch Prime. If you have Amazon Prime, you've got a free sub to give to the streamer of your choice. If that's me, you get out of these ads and you get all the emotes and everything, right? You can also pay for a sub. It's $5 on desktop, it's $6 on mobile. Or if you're very lucky, like Moni987978_3 just was, you might be given a gift sub, but it's going to happen more likely. It's going to happen more often if you're active in chat. So yeah, there we go.
White collar jobs.
What is an individual's country? I mean, I think she's talking about Western, culture. Like that's the only thing I can think of is like she's talking about like the perceived dichotomy between East and West, right? The collectivist versus individualist. I think that's what she's saying.
And urbanization. Japan also has.
Ooh, good point. I think I know what's going on with that. Here, let me fix that.
An issue with loneliness. In fact, they have a whole movement of people they call the hikikomori.
Okay, well, look, I mean, if I correct her, are you gonna think I'm a huge weeb? If I say that she mispronounced it and that I know how to pronounce it correctly, like that's not exactly a flex, is it? I should pretend that hikikomori is what I think it's called too. That's how I would pronounce it, Shu, because I'm not good at pronouncing Japanese words. I'm not familiar with Japanese culture. I don't know that means somebody who has basically checked out of the social realm and is trying to live as much of their life as possible behind the safety of their bedroom door. I gotta pretend not to know that either. Yeah, the right hikikomori or something like that, right?
Did I say that right?
See, not a weeb.
I don't care. Basically, postmodern hermits. Mostly young men who completely withdraw from society. So
Postmodern hermits. She means like modern, right? She doesn't mean postmodern. I don't know where she's putting postmodern on the however you pronounce that word, hikikomori. I know how to pronounce it.
Including themselves
There
in
it
their
is.
rooms for months and years at a time. In 2010, there was an estimated 700,000 hikikomori in Japan. And today, it's estimated to be about 1.55 million. And because of things like this,
Look, honestly, I only know about this word because of Persona 5. There's a girl that's a hikikomori in that.
people aren't having babies, so Japan's population has been in a sharp decline since 2011. It's gotten so bad that Japan even produces videos of live-action women staring into the camera to help the hikikomori learn to cope with eye contact.
That is not just Japan. That is not just Japan. Incorrect, right? This is done, like, I mean, not the exact, I'm sure it's, like, there's a specific, like, strain a video that's made in Japan that might be different, right? But these kind of videos are all over TikTok. This is not, like, just...
And reintegrate them back into society. So basically, if you want to know America's future, look no further than Japan. A lot of people, including myself, blame this partially on the rise of social media and technology. RIP
I'm sorry, source?
to the king. Although technology makes things easier, it can also make us more atomized. Why go to the mall when I can just tap, buy a new microphone?
Yeah, POV, there's
and
so
have it
many
shipped to
similar
me in a
things.
day? Why hang out with friends?
Hikikomori is quite a rare occurrence to be so focused on. And also, you're late to the table. Oh my god, I'm acting like a huge weeb, aren't I? See, I can't even admit how wrong she is, because that implies knowledge on my part that goes beyond the knowledge that an American like myself should have about Japanese culture, assuming that I am not, in fact, a dirty weeb.
When I can get all my social interaction I need from Twitter and streamers.
She doesn't understand issues in Japan. It's just so weird too that she's like, you know, okay, so you got individualist cultures and collectivist. I mean, she's painting with broad brushes. She doesn't know what she's talking about. She's kind of just spitballing, right? She's just popping off, and it's not particularly lucid either. A lot of millennials don't have kids and don't want them either.
Why go on dates and bother meeting women when I could just tap, Google big boob and get 2 million results? Or
I always Google big boob,
see my high school crush's holes
and it just shows me one big boob, one giant boob.
on OnlyFans for only $5. Instant dopamine,
Whenever I need instant dopamine, I Google big boob.
instant satisfaction. And hey, who even needs a real woman when you could just have
Oh, wait, what is this? Wait, I know what this is. Oh my god, I've seen these. What are they called? There's like a name for this. Oh my god, I can't remember. I saw commercials for this though.
an AI girlfriend? We're f***ed. We're so f***ed. Dating apps really are the great Satan, and I'm convinced they've completely broken men's brains. Women on dating apps are
It's because of dating apps. It's because of Western society's individualist bent. It's because of what?
picky. Women in general
But like the other thing too that she started out with is that this is like a modern problem. This is a new thing. This isn't just alienation in late stage capitalism, which I would say that's the Occam's choice right there.
are picky, and I mean...
Dopamine addiction talking point just plainly made up. Yo, I thought people were off of it. Yeah, replica. Thank you, Spark. Yeah, it's called a replica. Which to me like means something completely different because I'm a Kingdom Hearts player. Was in a past life before I got nobodied. Dopamine addiction, yeah. So, like, there was a thing, probably pre-pandemic, that was popular. It was called a dopamine cleanse, and this sounds brutal, right? So, dopamine is the stuff that is secreted by part of your brain, and it stains another part of your brainstem. I don't remember. I remember seeing cross-sections of the brain, and all I remember is like stains, dopamine stains, right? But it gets secreted when you do something that makes you happy. You know, you're exercising, and it's an exercise that you like, and you're doing well. You know, you're sinking the baskets in the basketball. I mean, you're sinking the balls into the basket. You're playing golf well, right? You're listening to music that you like. You're watching a movie that really stimulates you. You know, whatever it is, you're completing a project, right? All these things, dopamine. Video games absolutely like work on your dopamine system, like keep you playing by with that kind of reinforcement, right? But the dopamine cleanse, I don't even know how it works, but hypothetically, this is like, I'm going to take X amount of time and I'm going to get no dopamine purposefully, because I feel like it's an addiction and I got to control that addiction. And you know, it's like somebody taking a break from like a weed break, right? But it's with endogenous chemical in their brain, and supposedly after this happens, you're going to enjoy life so much more. But I mean, what do you have to do to like put yourself in a sensory I feel like even a sensory deprivation tank would give you some kind of dopamine, right? I don't even know how this works, but the TLDR is that it doesn't. It's not real. I don't know if you... It's just something that people did. It's like NoFap. It's useless.
Naturally, we are pickier. You know, we're the ones who carry the babies, at least for now. But on dating apps...
At least for now? Oh, no. Wait, what image got shown there?
Women in general are picky, and I mean, naturally we are pickier. You know, we're the ones who carry the babies, at least for now. But on
I thought she was gonna... Never mind. I thought she was gonna go transphobic with that one.
dating apps, you have to admit, it's a little insane. It's safe to say that the commodification...
Dopamine cleanse doesn't fix dopamine addiction, but people who go through it feel better. Well, what is it? Lexical. Can you explain it to me? Because like I don't even understand how such a thing would work. It sounds like pseudoscience. It sounds like one weird trick to make everything better, but maybe there's something I'm missing.
of love and the window shopping of dating apps probably has to do a lot with the rise of lonely single men. Men are not just lonely when it comes
Evo Psych has entered the room.
to dating, they're lonely when it comes to friendship too. According to Vaush, Americans are currently in a friendship recession.
But I mean, you can see how this is like a more like, I mean, it's just a return to monkey, right? That's where that comes from. That idea. Modern society is evil. It makes things too easy for us. Back in the day, it was really hard to get your breakfast. You had to go take your spear down to the creek and spear a fish or something. Incoming ad break. Wait, does this even tell me ahead of time? Okay, yeah, we got 4 minutes. That's right. Online dating, yeah, dating's too easy. Everything's too easy, right? You know, so make things harder. And look, if you really want to, like, sure, you know, like go camping or something, right? You know, get away from you know, light pollution at night, noise pollution, right? Go to a natural place, go walk a trail, go do something like that. But I don't know. It's like taking a boring day off everything, but like, so you purposefully boring yourself then, right? What did Greg do to hurt her? I don't know. I don't know anything about Armored Skeptic. Again, Armored Skeptic was before my time. Men have fewer friends than ever, and it's harming their health.
And men are being hit the hardest. The percentage of men who reported having at least 6 close friendships fell in half since the 90s. 1 in 5 men say they have no close friendships. Looking at all these statistics, the explosion of figures like Andrew...
And again, I never see like good data that's like, this is actually hitting men harder than non-men. Right, it's always just this precept, you know, like 6 out of 10 men can't find like a close friend. I mean, everybody's hurting, right? And particularly post-pandemic, having to go through a time where we were forced to isolate for a long time. And I mean, like, you know, maybe at first there were some, you know, you got to catch up on your Netflix queue and stuff like that. But, you know, it just went on, and and on, and trying to like reintegrate after that is difficult. Like I said before, capitalism, late stage capitalism, tends to promote alienation. Everybody's feeling alienation. The biggest thing that I think that is, if you ask me what's holding men back, though, if you want me to talk to you about men's problems, I'm gonna say that first and foremost is patriarchy. And what is the problem with patriarchy? It promotes a view of like male exceptionalism, right? This whole idea that male loneliness, male lack of relationships is like a fundamentally different thing. And that these guys, when they go to look for help for this, right? Because self-help has been an industry for decades and decades. And, you know, maybe some people find, you know, I know a lot of people get ripped off through it, but maybe some people find some good solutions, right? Self-help has been around like forever, right? But they're incentivized to find that Andrew Tate, to find they're looking for like an older brother figure, right? And they're finding Lampwick, and Lampwick, you know, takes you to Cigar Island, takes you to Seltzer Water Island, takes you to Hustlers University, right? And like, right, so I mean, that's the problem, right? Is they feel alone, they feel different because of their privilege that tells them that they're different, tells them that they can never like listen to a non-male person as far as, you know, where their solution might come to, because their solution's like fundamentally different, and you know, we wouldn't understand them. And all this stuff, right? Ridiculous, because men are choosing loneliness because they'd rather hold on to bizarre ideas of masculinity. And that's what I was saying before, right? Is that some of this stuff that they grab onto in an attempt to be less lonely, in an attempt to be less isolated, in an attempt to find themselves, is actually taking them away from themselves and being less of your authentic self, trying to pretend to be Andrew Tate when you're not. Not even Andrew Tate is Andrew Tate, okay? Let's be real. That's a fake personality. That's a persona. And not the cool kind that you get to fight shadows with, but like a bad one that you get stuck in, and that actually pushes people away, right? The kind of relationships that you're going to have with those sort of PUA type techniques are relationships with broken people. Of course, you're not going to find love. Of course, you're not going to find friendship, right? It's not that surprising.
Tate is not surprising at all.
Loneliness can be good for a while. Leftist self-help is difficult because self-help is about adapting to the system, not changing them. Good point. Yeah. Oh my God, we got another ad break. So if you want to get out of it, you got 15 seconds to do that. Once again, Amazon Prime sub will get you out of that. $5 will get you out of that, or getting gifted a sub will get you out of that. But yeah, we're coming up on one again. I think since I'm coming out, I'm an older brother figure for them. Yeah. Well, I mean, that's the thing is, right, there are a lot of sources of knowledge, sources of companionship. You know, even if you want to say like sources of like male companionship that they're missing, right? Because they're looking for top G. They're looking for this fake persona that Andrew Tate put on, or you know, whoever else, whatever other Manosphere influencer that they're going to model themselves after. And the inauthenticity itself, let alone, I'm not even talking about the toxicity, right? Just the inauthenticity of being somebody that you're not is going to make those kind of relationships not easier, but harder.
I believe being a man is a blessing because it starts so difficult. I believe that every man is born without any value at all. I think that the world's never going to think you're important unless you make yourself important.
Become a high value man. That's what he's saying.
Recently, a new study came out about how young men are moving towards the right. And every other month,
Google charges you an extra $1. Good point.
The liberal,
if you do it on the app, you do it on mobile.
Sockdem leftist, whatever you want to call the space online, performs this
Sockdem leftist? I was thinking of like SDL there.
Same song and dance. What's wrong with men? Why is this happening? Why don't we have a leftist Andrew Tate? We need to push men to the left. Andrew Tate rarely, if ever, talks about politics. Andrew Tate talks about men, and the left only talks about men when they talk about Andrew Tate. A few months ago during
everything that Andrew Tate talks about is politicized, right? There is a political agenda on that.
one of the monthly song and dances, some progressive people I follow made the mistake of addressing men's issues, and the even bigger mistake of pointing their finger.
Okay, so wait, now this is somebody that's just regularly getting ratioed on Twitter, right? I don't know much about them. It looks like they're a vegan and a sock dem. Little baby Gandhi. Can somebody explain little baby Gandhi to me? The reason young men flock to alt-right MRA movement is because the left gives brain-dead advice to young men. We need to be more compassionate to them for our own sake. I'm sorry, but that's just a right-wing talking point, right? The left, if the left is inhospitable to men, it's like a certain kind of man. It's a certain kind of person with a certain kind of baggage to unpack that a lot of people don't want to deal with, because guess what? Being on the left, you have to deal with less of that. You tolerate it less, you normalize it less, and so when you see it coming into your movement, coming into your orgs, you're less receptive to it, right? Yeah, that person has a more, trouble, becoming part of the left, but that's because there's a part of their personality that's become politicized. Like I said, everything about, the Gamergate movement, everything about Andrew Tate, everything about the red pill PUA, this is politicized. Even if they're not talking about politics, even if they're just talking about men and masculinity and confidence and whatever else that sounds completely non-political, it is absolutely a political project. I just watched a clip of Andrew Tate yesterday. He was being interviewed by some lady on the BBC, refused to answer her questions. Yo, the Tate heads, they think that Tate completely kicked her ass in that interview, and he really kind of got exposed. Telling people that they are worthless garbage if they do not perform a certain kind of masculinity that is not compassion, and the right does exactly that. Yeah, I mean, the right, it is maybe a simpler answer to just, like, change your personality, hide your weakness. Oh my God, I mean, this is so integral to the patriarchy. It's integral to dominance paradigm. It's integral to so much. It's pervasive, right? You don't really get away from that on the right. Have you watched We're in Hell's video about the history of masculinity? Not yet.
At their own spaces for not doing enough to address said men's issues.
Recently,
for the right, I'm less valuable if you, the high value, low value. I've seen that kind of kick over, right? And I'm going to try to watch this, right? I'm going to try to watch this. One in chat if you've heard of dark femininity. Anybody heard of this? Seen a TikTok on this or a YouTube video? Dark femininity?
there were some statistics by healthcare company Cigna indicating that men are the loneliest generation. And addressing it doesn't mean that you turn your back on issues pertaining to women, but it does mean that we should be focused on what it is in society that is leading to this epidemic, what the left can do to offer solutions, and how we can basically fight back against the more nefarious.
So here's the problem with this, right? I mean, this works on a certain level, right? When Peterson talks to men directly, to young men, you know, he gets a response, right? When Anna does this, I mean, she probably gets some response too. But what are they actually doing? They're insinuating that not only is like, you know, male privilege not a thing, right? And it's not a deep discussion of male privilege, like, right, as in, like, you know, like how much privilege is afforded to different you know, different men, right? It's you know, like, not only is it not a thing, but actually because of feminism, men are oppressed. Like, right, this isn't just like men need to be taken into consideration. You know, like this is they're already, everything in society you know, takes their needs into consideration first and foremost. And it goes to Vaush for answers before their fallout. Yeah, I mean, this is, I think, one of the things that they talked about when they had their convo.
Figures who have filled the void that men are struggling with, people like Jordan Peterson and what have you. Now, recently, Vaush, who's a popular streamer,
hey, that's a high value comment right there. Guys like Tate have no interest in guys improving, because then they wouldn't be customers anymore. Implementing Tate's ideas drives people away, perpetuating. Yeah, that's the thing, is unironically, right? This stuff that they're taking on, to help them, whether it's like funk music in their headphones, or whether it's Andrew Tate on their podcast queue, right? It's actually making it worse.
Tweeted this thread that I think is really, really important to address. He writes, "I cannot stress enough how important it is to understand that 12-year-old white boys on Twitch are not being pulled into fascism because of some Machiavellian desire to preserve and expand their privileges. It's because the right talks to them and the left doesn't."
The responses to these tweets and this content were very normal, level-headed, and respectful. Me when I lie. LMAO, cry about it. Boo f***ing who? Oh no, poor widow men having problems. Boo f***ing who? Grow the f*** up then. Have men considered being smarter? I'm enjoying all these sad little moids and their sad little tweets about their sad, pathetic lives. Sounds like a personal problem. Is the lack of compassion for men in the room with us right now? Maybe men are just not good people then. I'm so f***ing tired of people.
Okay, so I mean, like, obviously when it gets to the point where you're just like, I mean, I a lot of these, God, this is the thing, right? We don't really know who's making these tweets. As you're gonna see, it is actually a mix of leftists and also some TERFs, right? There's some TERFs in here too, right? And so obviously, like, some of that criticism of men is like a it's not third wave feminist literate, let's just say, right?
Trying to make male loneliness a huge societal problem. Yeah, no, their fifis are not my responsibility, and I shouldn't have to be punished because they can't get their shit together as human beings. Grow the f up. Why are we trying to win these?
Yeah, well, see, like, here's the thing, right? I support everybody being able to be vulnerable, being able to talk about their problems and what's a fact. Like, I don't like, encouraging people to push their feelings down, right? But so often when this stuff gets put forward, it's not put forward in the sense of like, so we should encourage men to open up. We should encourage men to embrace their feelings, and not just the feelings that are acceptable under the patriarchy, all their feelings, like explore themselves, right? What you're getting is whining, and the whining is directed at women who don't want to put up with, like, toxic, not just women, it's anybody who doesn't want to put up with that kind of toxicity, right, is who that gets directed at, right? And, like, I don't know what you're supposed to, like, it's just like Jordan Peterson, right? When he talks about these things, he doesn't offer a solution. And so you're left to fill in the gap. And whenever an interviewer fills in the gap, okay, so what do you want to happen? Do you want, like, state mandated trad wives? He's just, like, taken aback. How could you accuse me of that? I never said anything about that. No, but you never said anything about anything, right? And so the dudes that are coming to you, a lot of them, that's what they're hearing from you, right? And Shu's not going to give the answers either, right? So what is she actually saying, right? What does this amount to? Women deserve less. That's what it sounds like. There are people who want to get rid of the bandwagon of saying men to just drag women through the mud. They don't even care about men. A man opening up is fighting back against against patriarchal indoctrination, and it's just more patriarchy and misogyny to suggest women need to. Oh yeah, exactly.
Reason entitled little predators over. The left isn't for them. That's why they go right in the first place. We're all lonely and alienated. It's young men going to the alt-right in droves. The problem isn't our messaging, it's them. It's literally not our problem.
I mean, there's a certain truth to that, right? And again, I want to like caution you, right? Because there's turf stuff mixed up in here, and there's toxicity that's just like attacking all men, including, you know, men who like you know, that aren't a part of this in any way, right? You know, they're like attacking you know, trans guys too, and
men flock to Andrew Tate not because they're lonely, but because they're bigots. Hope this helps.
okay, look, there is whether there is something to be said about the kind of people that Andrew Tate appeal to, right? I don't think that Andrew Tate like appeals to like all men out the box, right? I think it's you have to have like a fundamentally, you know, conservative mindset in order to for these things to be look like, you know, the answer to you.
Helps. Nah, it's just misogynists being louder than before and not getting laid. LOL. Cry harder, losers. 90% of
men are not the problem. Society is the problem. We live in a
homicides
society.
recorded worldwide were committed by male perpetrators. We should just get rid of all males, to be honest.
Okay, so yep, there we go.
This includes trans women, as they still retain male violence. By the way, you know the Tumblr feminists who were like, all men are sexist and rapists, male tears, penises are evil, blah 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 back in the day? Well, this is them now. Should've just let me cook back.
There we go. This is not them now. No. No, Shu, please understand. Like, you're talking about the 70s feminist that sets up a women's festival and then bars trans women from participating in it. This is them now. This is not a Tumblrista. This is a turf. This is a turf. No, SJWs are not turning into turfs. That's not...
Then, listen up, chuckle. I'm white, socially awkward.
We are going to get to Brianna Wu, actually.
Autistic, in my 40s, ugly, overweight, crippled, got a weird balding pattern, and have bad skin. You know what I didn't do? Choose to become a fascist, because I recognize most of the sort that look like me are the problem. I may be hideously ugly and pathetic, but at least I'm not a fascist. Thank you for your input, buddy. You're, really...
Wait, I mean, to, like, quote Miyazaki, right? Better a pig than a fascist.
Help in the situation. The reason young men flock to alt-right MRA movements is because the left gives brain-dead advice to young men. We need to be more compassionate to them.
Wait, didn't we already read this?
For our own sake. I'm sorry, but how is respect women brain-dead advice? What advice? Don't rape? Don't be a rapist is bad advice? Help, I have no friends or community, I feel suicidal.
I mean, that's not the message, right? The message is that that sort of thing is more... It's more common than a lot of... than a lot of men seem to think, right? Because if you look at the statistics of you know, women who experience a violation of their autonomy during their lifetime, they are rather high, right? And that implies that the incidence of that violation, you know, on the part of men is pretty high too, right? And guys are uncomfortable, like, looking at the guy to the left of them and looking at the guy to the right of them and saying which one of these guys has done something like that. They would rather believe that the femoids are all making it up for social media clout.
Have you considered not
just like Johnny Depp
raping? Act like a decent fucking human being. It's not hard. Is brain dead advice? Brain dead advice like get consent and don't be a Nazi and women are people. Walking up to men struggling with loneliness and depression like...
Kids, don't be racist.
Incredible. Here's my actual advice I would give to my teen boys as a leftist. 1. Always get enthusiastic consent. 2. Save the planet. 3. Don't say that. It's actually kind of racist. Like, what the f is this? How does this address men and their issues? It doesn't. Why does their advice always seem to be, become a liberal? Hey men, here's how to fix all your—
I mean, here's the thing, right? Like, I don't know if you need to become a liberal, right? But there, like, if certain reactionary attitudes are going to make sure that you're only really able to hang out with certain reactionary people. They're going to make sure that, you know, if you're a straight guy trying to date women, that the women that you're going to end up dating are going to be women that have real, you know, serious issues of you know, standing up for themselves, right?
problems. Agree with me politically.
This is the thing. It reminds me a little bit, honestly, of the whole like misgendering discourse, right? You know, is it illegal to misgender somebody? No. Okay. Like, if you misgender your employee over and over again, if you're a professor and you do it right, if you're in a position of power and you're just trying to, like, be a dick about it, yeah, you know, there might be some consequences. But for the most part, the only consequences of misgendering a trans person is, first of all, that person is not going to want to hang out with you, right? Second of all, their friends are not going to want to hang out with you. And third of all, maybe your mutual friends, having seen how you treated them, don't want to hang out with you either, right? So yeah, dude, be your transphobic, you know, self, live your best life, sweaty. But there are going to be consequences. I mean, like, ask Trumpies about this, ask MAGAs about this, ask QAnons about this, right? They got their Trump hat, they got their QAnon shirt, and they can't figure out why they're not invited to Thanksgiving. Right? Yeah, there are actually social consequences for being a reactionary now. And it's not, you can't appeal to free speech as like a, there's a lot of disingenuous information on dating, comping coming from both sides. Can we just admit, wait, I don't see a lot of dating advice coming from the left, right? And I don't know. I mean, what do you think about that, Chad? Should the left give dating advice? Should the left, you know, I mean, like, we have seen some success in terms of early BreadTube wrapping up political concepts, especially, you know, when you're talking about, like, involving capitalism with pop culture, right? I don't know. Maybe, you know, there might be something there, but
men flock to the MRA movement because they're the largest beneficiaries of MRA shit. Imagine saying women flock to women's rights activism because they're the biggest beneficiaries of women's rights. Like, no.
Yo, that's the thing, is female privilege is just so good, Shu. It's just so good. That's why I became a feminist, is because we get extra, you know? You go to your feminism meeting and they give you an everything bagel, right? With the really good vegan cream cheese. It's the only place I can get a gluten-free everything bagel with vegan cream cheese, right? And they give it to me for free. That's female privilege right there.
Oh, f***ing shit. Let's be honest. Aside from procreation purposes, men have become obsolete. Most women can find other methods of achieving orgasm without a man there. And speaking as a man, most of us are horrid to be around, and I don't blame any woman for just saying, no thanks.
Wait, can I admit something, right? No, look, I don't want to, like... I'm not painting with... I don't want to paint with a broad brush here, right? So let me be specific, okay? And say that I'm talking about, like, cis men, okay? There are a lot of cis men that I would consider dating, except for the fact that they have absorbed just some cultural garbage that I don't want to deal with, right? I'm, you know, like, I'm bi and but maybe more attracted to men than women, and I don't, and yet I end up dating women more than men, and there's, like, a reason for that, right? A good man is actually a hard to find, and I mean, there's a certain truth to that, right? I'm not trying to be mean.
God, dude, this is what every Just Pearly Things tweet looks like to me. Just with the genders swapped. This is pathetic. You know what fixes male loneliness? Jerking off. As a man, I'll say this. Sit down, shut up, and beat one out. You'll feel better. I promise.
Well, no, here's the, okay, so, like, yeah, that's bad advice, right? Self-pleasure, self-gratification is not always equivalent to a relationship, no, right? But I will say that if the problem is nofap, that's the solution right there. And nofap is a problem, right? And like, dudes taking nofap seriously, right? As like a, now look, I don't want to I want to put a caveat on there that I know that porn addiction or sex addiction can be a real thing, and I don't know what, you know, somebody who's dealing with that has to do, and you know, maybe, you know, in some cases, like, cessation of certain activities might actually benefit somebody, but like, this sort of believing that fapping is evil and that you're gonna live a richer, healthier, more fulfilled life by like not doing it, or that, like, you know, there's some guys that really think that, like, well, that's like the easy way out, the easy way to orgasm, and if you don't ever do that, then you're gonna somehow be motivated to find, like, love, to find a partner, and I don't know. There's a lot of real, you know, bad advice coming from the nofap quarter. Dudes literally think that nofap gives them superpowers when in reality it just makes them more irritable. Yeah, I mean...
Yeah, guys, just beat one out. Just off. Just watch porn. Batman will be very disappointed in all of you. It's so funny how men feel entitled to a girlfriend. No.
I mean, let's be honest. Batman is the king of the late night fap session, okay? Batman knows well, you know, the bottle of lotion by the computer. Male loneliness is complex and sociological issue. Sex's role varies widely from person to person. However, sometimes you just want to empty the cylinder, and that's okay for everyone. No Nut November seems to be easier to fail every year for some guys. Easier to fail? I mean, like, yeah, it's the weird esoteric crap around nofap. Like, I mean, I want to leave room for people to be able to like live their life, and you know, I know that habits can be helpful or habits can be debilitating, and like I said, you know, sex addiction is something that I've never struggled with, so I don't want to be telling people, you know, what should or should not work for them. If they find something that's helpful, then great. But just like the thing that I worry about is like, I feel like nofap in some ways is like a backdoor for trad anti-sex beliefs, right?
You sexist freak. When one side is like, wanting a girlfriend is sexist entitlement, and
Hell is other people, yeah, sometimes.
the other side is like, here's how to get a girlfriend. I don't know, bro. What happened to males just kicking the bucket? Now they just come on here and try to make their loneliness and misery into some social justice.
There's like entirely too much like suibating on Twitter. I don't know. I mean, like, this is what Jordan Peterson got in trouble for.
Issue. Oh, trust me, men are still kicking the bucket. And when they're not giving mine.
Wait. And she shows us a lone graph every time she wants to prove something, right?
Try to make their loneliness and misery into some social justice issue. Oh, trust me, men are still.
Okay. From 1995 to 2007, we see like a downward trend. Then since 2007, it's an upward trend. I don't see, this is the thing, right? I can't really do much with this in terms of like, I mean, for a lot of people, a graph is very convincing, right? It takes something that's statistical and puts it in visual terms, but you don't really get much from a graph in and of itself, right? There's no link to, does she even do the thing where she sources? She's got videos as sources. Okay, so there is an Imgur file, so there's some, I guess you could hunt down like what study this was from, but see, that's the thing, is like, just as a graph, like, right, this does me no good, right? This isn't something I
kick in the bucket. And when they're not giving mind-blowing advice like just to be a liberal, they're outright dismissing men's issues completely. It's not our job to educate them. Since men created the problem, they need to take steps to fix it. We have other things to care about. Men can figure out their own problems at
I mean, she's not really talking about Vaush here, although I think he comes up, because I know she goes over like a Thought Slime video that Vaush reacted to and stuff, but a lot of this seems to be kind of playing defense for Vaush. A lot of these comments are like at Vaush, you know, negative comments replying to a Vaush post
they created. Again, it's not women's jobs to change how men are socialized. It's a man issue, and y'all need to address that amongst yourselves. Men created their own problems. Men can solve their own problems.
See, I don't know about that. But what I do know about is that in 2 minutes, we've got an ad coming up. And if you don't want to see that ad, you've got 2 minutes and 9 seconds now to do something about it. What can you do about it, right? Well, I don't know what men can do about loneliness, or what the left can do about men's loneliness, right? But what you can do to get out of the ad break is you can use Twitch Prime. If you have Amazon Prime, just hook it up to Twitch. Bam, free sub right there. Right? You could also pay $5 on desktop or $6 on mobile to get a sub, or you could possibly be gifted a sub, right? And if we get to 15 subs by the end of this, the natural end of the stream, I will actually extend the stream, so you'll be making me cover more content, which is probably a good thing too. So
the left is busy. Why does the well-being of other people?
I need to just wake up. That was a terrible.
People concern me. Leftist, by the way. It's all systemic issues and societal factors and blah blah blah.
Oh yeah, there's no not much in the way of reasons. Yeah, like it's treating all unalivings, self-unalivings as being like stemming from the same thing. When like Spark just mentioned, you know, it could be being ostracized because of your gender identity or sexuality.
Until it's a man, and then suddenly it's pull yourselves up by your bootstraps. This problem is just a consequence of the patriarchy. Now take a wild guess about which gender created the patriarchy. Solve your own problem.
I mean, the problem with this comment is it's not acknowledging that however the patriarchy was created, it's upheld by more than just men.
Problems and leave women alone. These people rightly mock the bootstraps rhetoric until the subject is a man, and then it's bootstraps all the way down. They would never talk about any other group this way. It's wild. And it's kind of like both sides are telling men to pull themselves up by their bootstraps, but one is—
Well, you know what it is? And here's the problem. Here's a thing that I disagree with, right? When you are discoursing, like especially on Twitter, with a group that is all about dominance paradigm, and yes, like the men's rights movement, you're gonna get a lot of dominance paradigm, right? That's what, you know, be a high value male, be an alpha male, right? It's all up in there with dominance paradigm, right? There's a tendency to want to meet that strength with strength, and that's not actually strength. That's fragility. That need to dominate is not coming from a place of strength. It's coming from a place of brokenness. It's coming from a place of emptiness, right? And yeah, like the thing is, because that sort of social paradigm is the dominant social paradigm, like there's a tendency for a lot of people, myself included, like to want to kind of meet that with the same kind of spirit that it's giving, right? And I think that's a mistake. I mean, it should be obvious. White men are not the same as any other group. They are the dominant group, and no one else is.
Like, I'll show you how, and the other is like, off. And when they're not telling men to straight up off, they're giving the 200 IQ answer that nobody has ever
Only men can dismantle. Yeah, no,
heard before. Just show your emotion.
Is Shu a centrist? I mean, that's one way to see it. You know, we're all complex snowflakes, right? So I wouldn't want to reduce anybody to just saying just a centrist or anything like that. But yeah, are there like some progressive ideals that Shu upholds? Sure. Are there some reactionary ideals, baggage that Shu continues to fail to unpack? Absolutely, right? So yeah.
Emotions, bro. And I'm not dismissing this problem, okay?
All centrists are not alike.
Made
I guess.
videos talking about.
I mean, not that I'm trying to defend centrists or anything like that, but there's so many different like flavors of how that.
Oh, you're crying at your grandfather's funeral? Okay, faggot. And studies have shown that men are scared to be vulnerable, even
those damn feminists like not letting men cry at their dad's funeral. That's
around the homies. And can you blame them when the media says stupid like this? Fellas, is it woke to open up to your fellow men and discuss history? Men are socialized to believe strength, dominance, and stoicism are behaviors of a real man. Is it any surprise that men are lonely and have less friends nowadays? You have to be vulnerable to make friends. Don't tell me there aren't systemic problems affecting men.
Yeah, this is the thing. Is like I'm not a fan of Hunter Avalon or anything like that, but I feel like Vaush would see this and say that the fetishization of vulnerability is like, you know, blah 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 blah, right? It's not about prizing vulnerability as like a value in and of itself, right? But vulnerability is a real thing, and acknowledging it actually counterintuitively has a power to it, right? And the real, you know, value is in being authentic, and being authentic means, you know, talking about our I mean, that's one component of being authentic, right?
Now, while a lot of this may be true, men have been socialized this way for centuries, and this is all relatively a new phenomena. Toxic masculinity has existed forever. If anything, there's less toxic masculinity nowadays.
That's a good question. What do you think, chat? Has toxic masculinity existed forever? I don't think so, right? Especially when you can find examples of cultures and societies which were not primarily patriarchal.
The cultural embrace of like gender nonconformity, femboys, Harry Styles in a dress, Barbie movie.
But I mean, I guess she's trying to say that because women are allowed to vote, that like, you know, we should count our blessings. Is that the gist of it?
Blah 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 blah. My point is, toxic
it's gone like racism.
Masculinity did not just appear in the mid-2010s, but social media did, and the internet did, and the rise of dating apps did, and the housing crisis, and living in a country where the wealth inequality is worse than it was during the Gilded Age. That all happened recently. Oh my god, the privileged life these poor little boys must have, that their biggest problem is being lonely, i.e. so insufferable that nobody wants to sleep with them. So much more pressing than the poor distribution of wealth causing people to suffer food and housing insecurity. Boo-hoo, you're lonely and have no friends and are suicidal? Wah. Because feeling alienated under capitalism apparently isn't a thing. People are working harder and longer while wages have been stagnant. Men have been
Yeah, who doesn't love femboys, exactly?
Dropping out of college like flies. And what does that get you? Poor men. Which, since women are doing amazing.
Okay, now here's a place where the right really has a lot of responsibility. In terms of men dropping out of college or not going to college, that is literally what Tim Pool, Jordan Peterson, etc. are saying, right? I mean, there's a fear, and there's always been a fear on the right of an educated workforce, right? The things that set us free as a society in terms of self-determination, the things that make something like the value extraction from workers visible, it can be something that you get in college. It's not necessarily, and I know plenty of people who never went to college and are better educated on theory than I am because they taught themselves. They had the, they dove into the theory, right? But in general, it's good for you to, and it's kind of a birthright as a human being to be able to share in the knowledge that we've attained. And yeah, that includes the humanities, that includes the social sciences. And, like some of that, can be liberatory, right? But if you listen to Jordan Peterson, it's an indoctrination center. You're not going to learn anything good. They're going to cram like gender studies, and it's nothing you can really apply to the real world. There's a lot of like anti-intellect. I mean, this is kind of like the crown on the jewel in the crown of conservative anti-intellectualism, which I might remind you has been cultivated in our country for a really long time, right? Like, this is not by accident. This is not by chance, right? This is useful to one side of the political equation, and I'm talking about capitalists, right? That people devalue knowledge, devalue expertise, don't trust or listen to people with expertise, and
in college now, and many are now out-earning men. This most of the time leads to single men, which then leads to lonely men, which leads to depressed men, which leads to the high suicide rate. In my opinion, leftism at a policy level does a—
So wait, who did she blame the
earning men? This most of the time leads to single have been dropping out of college like flies, and what does that get you? Poor men. Which, since women are doing amazing in college now, and many are now out-earning men, this most of the
Oh my god, you're getting ahead of yourself. Look, don't tell me I'm out-earning men when I get paid like a fraction of their dollar, right? When I'm seeing my pay rate compared to them as a fraction, as a decimal point, right? And there's no one in front of that decimal point, right? Don't tell me I'm out earning men. That's actually kind of amazing, right? Is that traditionally education was the route to a higher paycheck, right? And women are outpacing men in terms of education, and yet they still are, lagging behind in terms of actual take-home pay.
Time leads to single men, which then leads to lonely men, which leads to depressed men, which leads to the high suicide rate. In my opinion, leftism at a policy level does a great job addressing the shitty material—
It's like Aaron Sorkin writing arguments on both sides of the issue of the West Wing. You'll never lose an argument if you are just arguing with the worst. That's exactly what she's doing, yeah.
Conditions that in part lead to the problems that men are facing, but then absolutely drops the ball when it comes to everything and anything related to men's cultural issues. Many such cases. And why would a struggling man even want to move left when the left appears actively hostile to them?
The question of whether—
See, this is the thing. Your paradigm of men is politicized, Shu. Right? There's nothing hostile on the left towards men, right? But if your vision of men is like a loud, obnoxious asshole like man-spreading on the subway, then yeah, maybe we have a problem. Right? But that's not all men. And again, like, think about the men who are getting erased in this discourse. Think about, when every time she says men, she's definitely not thinking about trans guys, for instance. Theory. Vaush and his myopic band of helicoprions are only interested in young men right now because all the alpha males are losing their grips and the power vacuum is imminent. Praying men. Are you talking about the power vacuum in the red pill space? Because we're going to get into that a little bit later too. Talk about fresh and fit. The power vacuum is imminent. Preying men. Those. Sorry, let me read this. Praying men. Those under the guise of help. Preying on those men under the guise of help. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, like it is definitely like a play for a certain audience, right? And Destiny's made that play too, right? Destiny has been, you know, absolutely in the red pill community. He's now sort of pivoting away from that and disowning that. For a long time, he really, gave that a lot of credence.
Or not, the hashtag online left does enough to appeal.
I need to fill the power vacuum. That's what men need, is NCC in their life. Yes.
The hashtag men has become the question du jour. And like, men have most of the money.
Also, thank you for the super chat, Shielmandra.
Authority, and do most of the murdering and assaulting.
The average young man in America isn't Jeff Bezos. Also, why did this motherfucker just FBI crime statistics at me? Men do the most murder. Okay?
They like having all of the stuff they don't deserve. They like that. They want it to stay that way because it suits them. Because of the stuff, telling people they're special.
I mean, here's one thing about privilege, though. Privilege never even recognizes like itself, right? That's one of the things about privilege, right? They don't think that they have the most stuff, right? They just don't consider, those that are dispossessed and unempowered
and deserve all the nice shit that they have. That's going to be an easier sell 10 times out of 10 than like saying, hey, maybe you should have less stuff and other people should have more.
Leftism is when you don't have a lot of stuff. We're gonna take your stuff. You sound like a 65-year-old Fox News boomer's idea of what the left is. Are you a CIA agent? The right is saying to men, you will own a house. You will have beautiful children with your loving wife. You will have privacy. You will have free speech. You will own things, and you will be happy. And the left is like,
they like having all of the stuff they don't deserve.
But don't get me wrong, Republicans will not do shit. The Republican Party will not do shit. The establishment in general will not do shit to help any of this. But the right is, at least rhetorically, offering men something other than nothing or the eternal HR department. Every time.
I mean, they're telling men that everything that things used to be okay, and that somebody came along and took it from them. And in some cases, that's women, right? And some cases, that's LGBT people. I mean, that's generally their thing. Oh my god. Sorry, I'm trying to get like all the coffee out of here. I gotta get my void coffee because like my brain is just...
Every time this Discord comes up, there's people like, we need a leftist Andrew Tate. We need masculine role models on the left. But the fact is, it's hard for progressives to organically appeal to men because a large part of progressivism is oppressive hierarchies, and men are oppressors. Making progressivism look appealing to young men is an uphill battle from the start. And although it's funny to laugh at insane people on Twitter, as always, there have been a lot of left-wing content creators talking about men's issues. If you would have told me this would be a thing 9 years ago, I would not believe you, because anyone talking about men's issues back in the day was called an MRA or a pick-me.
They were MRAs, and you are a pick-me. What are you talking about? See, this is the thing. If you really want to believe in the Vaush narrative, right? That she was an anti-SJW, but she saw the light and she changed. Now she's better. Now she's on our side. So we should support her because she knows the secret. She's been deprogrammed, right? There it is, right there. There it is. You should have let me cook, right? Back when I was harassing feminists on Tumblr, you should have let me cook. This is such brazen grifting. They called me a pick-me. If you can't at least admit that you were a pick-me, then you haven't changed.
But lately I have seen a lot of good pro-men lefty content, and I'll put some links to some below. I don't agree with all the points they say, but I recommend watching. It's much better than...
They like having...
Like, one of my favorite pro-men lefty pieces of content is a little thing called Socialist Men Under Red Father. Have you heard of it? Smurfs? Yeah, it's the story of... Sorry. I had to.
All of the stuff they don't deserve.
But the issue is a lot of this lefty pro-men content, it's always framed around, how do we get them? As if men are just pawns and tools for your personal politics. How do we make...
They are so far from being pawns or tools, right? You're talking about people who used to, you know, like women are like men are not the ones who were handed down from their parent to their lover, okay? First and foremost.
The left more appealing to men. How do we stop lonely men from moving to Andrew Tate? Instead of just, how do we help men? And I think that's a really big issue. Both sides seem to treat men as
I mean, she's wrong on so much here, but literally what she just said, that last statement, I don't disagree with, right? A lot of this, you know, attempt to garner that audience, it comes off as really disingenuous, right? It does, like, it's not going to work either. And if you're gearing your ideology or even your rhetoric towards being appealing to a group of people that have a lot of unpacking to do before they're going to be like, you know, before they're going to join the rest of the human species, right? You're going to fail. So, I mean, she's right for the wrong reasons, but I don't disagree with that, like, previous statement. I do disagree with that top, though. I really hardcore disagree with that top. And I don't know why. I don't want to be so petty.
Disposable soldiers in the culture war and real
like,
war.
has her fashion sense it feels like she's still rocking the 2014.
Anyway, misandry is real. Oh good, finally! And while it doesn't systemically affect cis men, it most certainly affects trans men. Oh. Y'all talking about misandry doesn't harm men, and trans men are right there reading this shit, by the way. I see, now we only care about misandry because it affects trans men.
Yes, the incredibly privileged, the incredibly privileged group known as trans men. Wait, like, yeah, what are you talking about? Trans men hardly ever get acknowledged, right? Even in leftist circles, right? They're you know, out of sight, out of mind a lot of times, right? Or an afterthought, yeah.
Stop! It's affecting a group I care about now. I love how the rhetoric just, like, evolved overnight from male tiers to cis male tiers. And I just have to ask, why aren't you including trans men in your misandry,
Nobody told me how lonely being a man is. We knew what depth felt like before we transitioned. We knew what it felt like to, like, have people want to...
She looks like a ghost from an old-timey painting. Sometimes I feel like when my ISO is turned up too bright, I feel like a ghost.
Hug us and to have people want to talk to us and to have a community. And then you transition and you're just a guy walking down the street that people cross the street so that they're not near you. And friendships are so much harder to build. What's hard is none of this invalidates how real and raw women and people who are in marginalized groups feel about cis white men. All of that's valid. But I also now understand why the suicide rate is so much higher in men.
Welcome to being a man. Here's your complimentary isolation and yellow pillow. I love how even when he's experiencing...
Yeah, if they don't include trans men in their misandry, oftentimes it's because they don't recognize trans men as men. And so, yeah, that's just transphobia. With a side of, but we shouldn't be doing misandry. Well, I mean, like it's not about, this is the thing, is it's not about their maleness. It's about privilege, right? We're intersectional here, right? So, it's, yeah, it's not like, and this was a discussion that Sam Cedar, God, I need to get you that video, but everything's come up. I'm still working on that Sam Cedar Adam and Sitch video where they talk about whether racism is endemic, I think is the word that they use, to white people. And it's like, well, no, I mean, it's not, you know what I mean? It's not like, it's not an inherited, well, I mean, it's universal though. It is the system that is empowered, right? And so it's pervasive, it's everywhere. And so, like, yeah, I mean, could you deconstruct your whiteness? Sure. But do many people do it? No, they don't, right? Whiteness is often not even, perceived, especially by those who benefit from it the most. It's invisible. And like the same thing with patriarchy.
the issues of being a man. He's like, this doesn't invalidate people hating men. Come on, bro. Men struggling don't want to be lectured about the patriarchy. They don't want to be told it's all their fault. They don't want to be told.
Yeah, exactly, Jules. It's not biological, but how white people are raised. Yeah. And we're all raised to, yeah. The society itself, the institutions are permeated by whiteness, right? Which is the concept that empowers racism and everything else, right? And that's why even when it's not in the laws, even when it's not, you know, in the conscious mind of the person doing it, it's still there. It's still implicit, right? And as long as it remains implicit, as long as it remains invisible, right, it's going to be there doing harm, and it's going to do more harm rather than a person that actually perceives it and says, huh, it looks like I am a little bit, you know, racist. Better do something about that, right? If you're the person who says that racism was solved back in the 60s, I don't know what you're talking about, right? You know, like this, like, and accusing people of being anti-white, like Chud logic, then yeah, you're absolutely, you got no chance in doing anything about that, let alone, you know, deconstructing whiteness.
Part of the problem, because first of all, they're not. The average 20-year-old didn't build society. They go to work, come home, off to sissy hypno fetish porn, and go to bed like everyone else. I've talked about this before, but a lot of men's value comes from the money they make, unfortunately. Men are natural providers, and if they have nobody to provide for, they get into findom or send random girls.
Findom. Nothing wrong with that. Anyway, I'm also noticing by the backwards lettering on Shu's energy drink that we have something else in common too. We both flip our images. That's because I actually like to look at my I like to look at myself while I'm streaming to see what image I'm giving you, right? And it works better if like this is my, you know, my left hand matches and then my right hand anyway. But yeah, if I were to show you like, if I were to show you something with writing on it, can you see that? Can you read that? It's gonna be backwards. Yes. God, and I'm not even getting paid by that brand.
Girls on the internet money. I'm just kidding. But the fact is, a lot of men simply feel like they don't have a purpose anymore. Whether a job or a career that's fulfilling and pays well, or a woman or family to protect and take care of and provide for, men are lacking purpose. And a man will crawl through a broken
Yeah, no, that's true, okay? And they're not the only ones lacking purpose as well. But what the specific thing that has happened traditionally, right, with that emptiness, with that lack of purpose, is that, like, you know, men have relied on women to fill that, like to you know, kind of fill that void. In other words, you know, you're in a society where you're nowhere near the top of the hierarchy. You're being used by all kinds of people, whether it's kings and nobles or whether it's capitalists, right? But what do you have? You can come home to your castle and you can be the king in your castle and you can dominate your you know, family, right? That's been the way that, like, you know, men have been encouraged through the patriarchy to displace that emptiness traditionally. But yeah, yes. You're not gonna hear that on a Shoe on Head video.
For a purpose. But you know who does make them feel like they have a purpose? No, not him.
I say that life as a man is exceptionally difficult. I say the most beautiful and the most terrifying thing about being a man is you're born without value. Society doesn't.
I mean, that's sad. That's sad because literally, like, yeah, men do have a purpose in Hustlers University. That purpose is to provide guys like Andrew Tate a passive income so they can buy another Bugatti. That's their purpose. Wow, that's
care about you.
The absolute audacity to.
Why is she posting stuff you'd find on 4chan? Well, she comes from 4chan, right? She was Boxy. She was the queen of the internet. But no, just kidding. Different person. She looks like somebody in the 4chan.
Act shocked that Andrew Tate is scooping these guys up after a decade of.
I'm not supposed to admit that she's not actually Boxy, but
lol male tears is insane. Andrew Tate isn't the solution to men's problems, but he is talking to them. The fact is, you did not care about them for years, and even now you just want to recruit them, not help.
Did not care about them for years. Like when I was getting like harassed, you know, like you're talking about, you know, this is a Gamergate figure, okay, that we're dealing with in Shoe on Head, right? Like, and when I said a pick-me, yeah, she's not just a pick-me, she's a pick-me in the context of Gamergate, in the context of, like, harassment of feminists off the internet, right? Yeah, let me cook a little bit more on the, like, right? I don't know. This is...
Help them. And that's why you will fail. And hey, maybe I'll be the Andrew Tate of the left. Men, listen up. Wash your penis.
No, because if they like you, then anyway... they'll get called simps. And you should never simp for Shoe on Head. Instead, you should simp for No Comment Chick. That's right. And you can do so with a Amazon Prime. If you have one, you could do it for free, right? I'm like the easiest queen to please, much easier than Boxy up here. You can do so with $5 on desktop or $6 on mobile, or you could even do so possibly with a gift sub if you are lucky enough to get one. And the more, you know, the people that tend to get the gift subs are the people that tend to be active in chat. So
I guess I'll leave you guys with a question. Why do you think male loneliness has been increasing? What are your solutions for this problem?
yeah, would an Andrew Tate of the left not have to be like of the left?
And are you dealing?
Well, the thing is, people don't have a lot of discernment, right? I mean, you don't really have to do a lot to convince people that you're of the left. If you just like, you know, you could even be, you know, like Vaush, you know, an extreme misogynist who happens to also say trans rights and be considered of the left, right? This is
with loneliness, and I will see.
I mean, there's TERFs that are claiming to be on the left, right? The opposite of Vaush.
You guys next time with a new video.
Oh my god. I mean, you got good ending music. I'll give you that, Shoe.
Hooters. Hooters. The word means many things.
So anyway, Thought Slime's name was spoken, and so we have to watch some Thought Slime. There definitely is something going on in this past decade or so. 50% of men in my country used to identify as feminists. Now it's sub 20%. Well, yeah, I mean, it's maybe been happening for a little longer than that too, right? It used to not be a spicy take, right? Especially for a woman to say that you're a feminist. And post Gamergate, a lot of us try to avoid that conversation, try to avoid answering that question, right? And when we do say yes, it's in the context of, oh, but I'm not one of those feminists, right? Like feminists are like, you know, angry vegans or something, like going around checking if you have tofu in your sandwich or if it's meat. I don't know.
Many people, to some owls, to others the human boob. That
the boob. Okay, we're back to the boob.
Sits upon our chest and nourishes our young cum. To yet others, it means a chain of shitty restaurants where the waitstaff must be attractive young women forced to wear demeaning little shorts and endure what must be.
To be fair, though, I mean, those are like my favorite shorts to wear.
The least
not those, Chad. I've never worked at Hooters. I have waited tables, but not at that restaurant. I don't know if they'd have me. I feel like they'd probably be transphobic.
Convincing sex.
Also, like mine are more like sparrows. Okay, they're not exactly owls over here.
Sexual proposals anyone has ever received. Think of it like a strip club, but like for dudes that are heterosexual but terrified of the sight of a naked woman. Also, probably the tips are worse. But to Nick Adams, parentheses, alpha male, it means something very...
Okay, I gotta pull you, chat. Nick Adams, are you familiar with this guy? Who thinks that Nick Adams is a parody? Because every time I look at Nick Adams, he reads like a parody. First of all, he's got alpha male right in his name. Dining at Hooters is the cornerstone of the American male experience. Okay, when the woke feminist and beta males attack Hooters, they aren't just attacking a restaurant that employs beautiful women to serve cold beer and hot wings. They're attacking the essence of America. See what I mean? That's gotta be a parody. It's throwing off my parody radar since he's Australian.
Very different.
I always forget he's Australian.
Dining at Hooters is a cornerstone of the American male experience. When the woke feminists and beta males attack Hooters, they're just attacking a restaurant that employs beautiful women to serve cold beer and hot wings. They're attacking the essence of American manhood.
That's right. This video is about some internet dingus. That's the framing device for
They're attacking the balls.
this one, because I got nothing better to do, baby.
I would like to work in a maid cafe. Like I could see. Look, I just want to do the ketchup art on people's omelets. Like I never got to do that when I was a waitress. We always just served the omelets, and you know, I might make sure to bring ketchup to their table, but I would never get to decorate their omelets with my signature.
It's just my Uber Eats guy.
Hooters stayed bussin' through the Iraq War and Barack Hussein Obama's recession. If 9/11 couldn't bring Hooters down, there's not a chance in hell Joe Biden can.
Oh my god. See, this is the thing. I feel like I'm taking bait here, but Barack Obama's recession started under George W. Bush.
And no cap, alpha males stan Hooters.
It means freedom. It means power. It means manhood. Freedom is when people are forced to pretend to be nice to you. Power is the ability to pay $21.99 for a platter of chicken wings so flavorless that, as far as I can tell from their busted-ass website, which is so fucking busted because no one under 50 is ever gonna go to this fucking restaurant, they don't even seem to offer a spicy option. Manhood is when women find you so repulsive that the only way you can get their attention is by going somewhere they're paid to pretend like they're sexually available to you.
The left hates this. Don't worry. The beer is Sam Adams lager, and the wings are hot buffalo.
G'day guys, Nick Adams here. As all of you know, Hooters has been trending all day today.
Yeah, that's right. He's Australian. Bet you didn't see that.
Wait, I remember that. Yeah, earlier, this was like in January when Hooters was trending. I don't remember why it was trending, though. I mean, I kind of prefer femboy Hooters, to be honest. I've never been to a Hooters. I have never been to a Hooters, although I will tell you, like, I remember visiting my uncle once, and my uncle and my dad started talking about, like, wanting to take me. I don't remember if it was, like, a Hooters or if it was, like, someplace, right? But, like, you know, there was some kind of, like, socialization thing that they wanted to accomplish, like, right? I feel like maybe my like interest in girls like was not sufficient for them at the time, and they were like, well, you know, we need to take you to where the boobies are, and then you'll be normal. I don't know. They never did it though. Thank God. That would have been so uncomfortable. Like they were literally, like, I think they might have been talking about taking me to like a strip joint or something like that. Like that would have been so, like, can you? I don't know. Maybe is that normal? That's normal though. Like lots of dads do that, right? You've gone to the restroom for once, like, but never to the restaurant. Oh my God, I can't imagine having to.
What a mildly surprising twist that is.
I must have been like 15 or 16.
Hooters is one of the finest establishments.
But even if you really want to go to a place like that, right? Do you want to go there with your dad and your uncle? Probably not, right? That's probably not.
Restaurants,
like a family
chains in the entire United States of America. On top of that, it is a cornerstone of American male education. The food is good. The drinks.
They were trying to educate me.
Are good. The view is good. The left will not defeat the great
Hooters.
Hooters.
See, he's got to be kidding. There's no way this guy's for real.
There is nothing better than Hooters.
It will come as perhaps no surprise that I do not share Mr. Adams' alpha male's view of the Hooters chain of restaurants. Though I will admit, I've only ever been inside one once when I performed at a comedy club that was also a Hooters in a KFC Taco Bell kind of situation.
Yo, wait, they combine Hooters with KFC and, like, I mean, I'm familiar with the KFC, Taco Bell, Pizza Hut, gas station combination. I've never seen a Hooters stuffed into there, though. That's wild.
I remember the waiter coming up to me and asking me if I wanted a drink, and I couldn't look her in the eye because I kept feeling like, oh, I did this. This is my fault. I made this happen. I didn't create Hooters. But I didn't.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even know what the deal is. Like, I can't imagine. Like I really don't know. Like, what is the atmosphere like inside a Hooters? I think it's a Hooters comedy club without the KFC.
Didn't do anything to stop it.
Alpha males watch football at Hooters and play 36 holes of golf with the boys. Beta males play
36 golfs. 36 holes of golf. Wait, no, let me get this right. A golf course is 18 holes. So 36 holes is you go through the golf course twice, right? 9 holes is like half of the golf course. And I think I remember some people, like, that most people that don't have like all day, they play 9 holes, right? That's normal.
9 holes with their wives and go to Chili's for the 2 for
9 holes with. See, the thing is, if you're taking me along, you're not going to be able to play 18 holes, right? Because I'm so bad at golf, right? I remember always getting dragged along. I never liked golf, but I always got dragged along. And I just couldn't hit it straight. And so I would end up, like, I'd have to go look for the ball. And I'd have, like, a million strokes by the end of it.
20 deal. Do I want to do a 2 for 20 deal with
Even at mini golf, I suck.
you at Chili's?
Like, there's some holes I'll get like a hole in one on mini golf, right? Some holes I'll do pretty well on, but there's always like one hole that I take like a gazillion strokes to get through.
Absolutely not. An alpha male's choice in food can never.
Hooters sucks. Food sucks. Beer selection sucks. Cocktails are overpriced, and the patronizing service is crunchy. It's all full of guys that slam their weights at the gym. Okay, so wow.
Be constricted for the sake of savings.
I would have thought like guys like, you know, middle-aged dudes like my uncle and my dad.
I'll order what I want. Because
but then again, I don't remember. I don't think like it's not like my dad like went to Hooters like himself or.
Because I'm an alpha male, 2 for 20 is beta.
But of course I feel that way, bitter beta male pseudo-feminist leftist soy cuck that I am. I resent the sheer masculine energy of the institution, that particular manliness that is best summed up by those little belt clips for your cell phone. You know the ones. Your dad probably has one. It's a place for the type of manly man who buys his polo shirts at Costco because Old Navy is a little bit too gay for them.
Too girly.
I simply don't have the alpha big dick energy to need a special restaurant where women pretend to like me.
Wait, is that because of the Navy thing? Is that literally because of like, it's got Navy in the name, and in the Navy is a song by the Village People, so therefore it's gay?
Hey everybody. I know. I know what he's doing. I'm playing into his extremely obvious media strategy by giving him any attention at all. It is not a sophisticated plan that went over my head. It's very clear that he's deliberately being provocative so that people will call him a dipshit.
The metric system is socialist and must be wholly rejected in the USA. China, North Korea, and Canada, some of the most despotic and oppressive nations on Earth, use the metric system.
I get it. I know.
America needs more churches and less Fortnite.
But did they ever think that with the metric system, like, okay, I'm gonna put it this way. 7 inches or 6 inches or 5 inches or even 4.5 inches, right? However many inches that is, it's going to be more in centimeters, right? There it is right there. Old Navy was originally a traditionalist clothing store that got bought up by Sears. They kept the name to feign competition. Cosroe talked about this recently in a YMCA video. Yeah, you gotta blame Canada. Metric system is elegant and useful, therefore gay. I know it's wow, 0 degrees is freezing, 100 degrees is boiling. I mean, it doesn't get more straightforward than that.
Stores. Tear down the Fortnite stores and open up more churches.
Fortnite stores?
Yes.
The whole point is to take a completely arbitrary stand, usually with some catchy, attention-grabbing, dumb aspect to it, like claiming...
There aren't Fortnite stores. There aren't, like, brick-and-mortar Fortnite stores, right? There are Fortnite... Like, you could buy... Fortnite stores are, like, in Fortnite. You can buy, like, skins, right? Like, if you want to be, like, Leela from Futurama or any of the new skins they have.
That Hooters existed before feminism and soy milk, and then wait for someone to make fun of him so he can talk about how he triggered all the libs and he doesn't care who he offends. Very cool, very novel. Everybody's super impressed with your Machiavellian genius.
If wind turbines were murdering puppies and kittens at the same rate they murder whales and bald eagles, we'd have eradicated wind turbines from the face of the earth by now.
Because it would be ridiculous. How would the wind turbines kill whales, right? And everybody's going to be like, hey, man, what a silly mistake you made. And then he gets all sorts of engagement. What a genius.
Foursome with the boys, domestic beer in the cart, ladies away at their par 3. They hate this.
Do you get it? Because he called it a foursome, right? And he doesn't get...
He's got to be baiting. Wait, that 100%, right? I mean, wait, do they say that? They say this in golf, though, right? Is this a golf thing? I mean, because, like, obviously foursome with the boys, like, that kind of, like, that's not the, golf is not the first thing I think of when I hear somebody say foursome with the boys, right? But I think it is technically correct. Isn't that how they, like, we use grams and kilos for meat and food. Yeah, you weigh less too, because kilos, like however many pounds you weigh, you're gonna weigh like what, 0.8 of that in kilos.
That makes it sound like they're all...
Everything's better with metric.
Having sex together, and then everybody's gonna say, hey, did you know what that sounds like? And he's gonna get so much engagement. What a genius strategy.
Alpha male challenge. Go to your local grocery store and purchase the largest bag of M&Ms you can find. Destroy the bag of M&Ms you purchased, and do not let one pass your lips.
Everybody's going to tweet and say, hey, buddy, you're just giving money to M&Ms, and then he gets all this exposure, and what a tricky guy. Did you think I wasn't going to talk about M&Ms this video, you fool? I snuck it in there. Nothing can stop me. I will never let M&M discourse die.
Wait, so is this guy like is Nick Adams like the Rose Malay of alpha males?
M&Ms have just released feminist M&Ms. Yes, you heard me right. Feminist M&Ms. Egregious sexism of the worst and most conceivable kind. It is outrageous. It is disgusting, and it must not stand. Let me say this loudly, let me say this clearly, let me say this unambiguously. Any male that buys a packet of M&Ms from today forward...
This is when they changed the M&Ms, right? This is when they made the M&Ms like the... Like, didn't the green one used to wear go-go boots, and they gave her like some, like, more just normal footwear?
Must hand in their man card until M&M's rectify this.
You can't take this guy seriously. I don't think he's serious. I think he's like I think he's baiting.
Grave wrong by giving us all male M&M's. This boycott will remain.
Wait, did they have all female M&Ms?
We
M&Ms and them-M-Ms.
Will not stand for this at all. M&M's.
Put down the woke M&Ms and pick up a 48-ounce bone-in aged ribeye steak and cold domestic beer. Every American with half a brain should be outraged by M&Ms going woke. This is no laughing matter. It's a legitimate crisis. Manhood is under attack like no other time in world history. I was at a bodega this morning when I saw a small boy ask his mother for some candy. As I saw her hand reach for a package of M&Ms, I cried out and left my place in line to stop her.
No, he was like, no!
Informed her M&Ms had gone woke, she thanked me profusely and opted for a Twix instead.
And I'm sure that strategy will buy him lots of credit.
I love Twixes. All male Eminem foursomes at the golf course.
With the stupidest people on the fucking
An Australian Tim Pool. Yeah, except for Tim Pool's like serious about what he says, right?
planet. The absolute rubes, who will say, do, or critically buy anything if they think it has some modest hope of pissing off someone like me. I know that. I know that.
Hooters wings and curly fries on the table, cold domestic beer in hand, stay-at-home wife raising the kids, a day in the life of an alpha male. They hate this.
I'm here to tell you, it does not matter.
They hate this.
We don't need to react for them to pursue this strategy anymore. They just live in their own little world where they say things and then pretend like we got mad even if we didn't.
Dear environmentalist liberals, you can take my gas stove.
God, the gas stoves again. We need to talk.
Out of my cold.
I feel like it's not good content, but yeah, they are. The deal with the gas stoves, right, is that a lot of older gas stoves, like, they produce something that's poisonous, right? And if you have a gas stove, if you have such a gas stove in a small, non-ventilated space, it could hurt you. It could be detrimental to your health, right? And so I think they're trying to replace those with newer models or something like that. In fact, I think there might even be a program that pays to replace it if you got one of those old ones. But the way that right-wingers are portraying this, it's like they're going to come to your house and be like, excuse me, we're going to have to take your stove. I'm sorry, ma'am. This is traditional, and we are the woke culture. We are the woke police. You can't have a traditional stove, right? They're going to take it away from you. And they're going to force you to buy an electric one.
Dead hands.
So there's no doing anything about.
Yeah, but Gruntcore, come on, show me the person going to show me the woke police going into somebody's house to take their gas stove. I think that you might have heard of this discourse from some less than reputable sources. I'm just saying, right? And if you don't want to sound ignorant
about it, let's just have some fun.
I have an IQ of 184 and I will not be shamed for it.
I believe men become this particular flavor of internet misogynist because they feel weak and emasculated, and blaming women is easier than self-reflection. It allows them to, in their minds at least, save face.
See, I don't want to do the gas stove thing because it's boring, right? Do you want me to talk about stoves, right? The way to kill the chat is I start talking about gas stoves, but this is...
And not have to...
This is wrong.
Admit out loud.
A SWAT team smashing into your house to rip out your... No, you know what they do? Yeah, they actually smash through the walls and then they pull your gas stove out, right? You're there at your gas stove making some bacon and eggs, cooking some pot roast in the oven for later tonight, right? And all of a sudden it just gets yoinked through the wall. That's right. They come in like the Kool-Aid man.
That they feel shame about not living up to the nonsense version of manhood they've been conditioned to believe they should strive towards. They aren't capable violence doers, or they can't get laid, or maybe they can't get a decent job, and they've been taught that those three things in particular are what defines their success as a man. But also they've been taught that expressing any discomfort with this criteria, or any strong emotions in general, or needing any help, makes you a...
Gruntcore, some would say that there's like an effect of living in a space that doesn't have like good, clean oxygen in it, i.e., small apartment, unventilated gas stove, right? That might make, might present some problems in terms of your thinking even, right?
Weak little bitch boy.
Times it is acceptable for alpha males to cry. The birth of your first child, your first hole-in-one, the national anthem.
I can't take this Nick Adams stuff.
Crying, acceptable at funerals and the Grand Canyon.
Ron Swanson is an alpha male.
Inevitably, when the real world doesn't match their ridiculous expectations, it makes them feel like they're not good enough.
Oh my God.
And since they're forbidden from trying to change anything, feeling any pain because of it, or asking for help, it creates this tension that can only be resolved.
That's a little different than the Kool-Aid man smashing in, grabbing your gas stove, though.
By either A, growing up and letting go of the bad ideas about what it means.
It almost seems like to me that the thing that you're really fighting is like the swift arrow of time, right? The time goes this way and it doesn't go this way, even though there's a lot of people out there that wish it would. They idolize a certain time. You know, they want to look at a Norman Rockwell picture and say, why can't my life be like this? Look at what feminism has taken from us.
To be a man that ding-dongs have taught them, accepting that it's okay to need some help sometimes, because fucking everybody...
Santa used to have a nice rosy nose because people weren't worried about the fact of their kids sitting in the lap of somebody that smells like alcohol, right? Look at what they've taken away from us.
Does, and that your material success and sick martial arts moves and body count are not what makes you a man, but rather, manhood should instead be thought of as more or less just adulthood for boys.
Yeah, like if body count made you a man, then I would be a man, right?
Or B, if that's too hard, find someone else to blame so that they can continue to feel strong while not getting the things they think...
Not only that, I would be becoming more manly every day.
Strong men should have. And you know what? Hey, you know who's not men? Women.
Alpha
Wait,
males
is that how it works? If I fuck enough men, I become one?
don't just prefer the company of other alpha males, they require it. As iron sharpens iron, so one man sharpens another.
Yo, I think I've seen videos of one man sharpening another. Anybody seen that?
Proverbs 27:17, alpha male bonding is biblical.
I don't know. That's how it seems to me anyway. I could be wrong, and it's possible I'm being too
Docking is
charitable towards...
Wait, is it docking or is it...
weird, gross dudes here. It's worth pointing out that I myself am more man than woman, for now. So I'm sure I have all kinds of weird little hidden biases and my own little subconscious sexism.
It's very Greek.
That I too must work on. I'm not an expert here. This is just how it looks like to me. My point is that if they're using these ideas and cultural symbols to feel strong, powerful, and cool,
Wait, did I get it wrong though? Like there's fraudage, right? And then there's docking, but they're not the same. And then there's like toning. Is that what's the one with the rods? Is frauding the same thing as docking? Is that the same thing? Oh my god, I'm so bad, chat. I have my knowledges of Jordan Peterson anarcho-communism suit. Wait. Oh, are you talking about his it's supposed to look like his logo. I'm thinking of sounding. Okay, it's sounding. Yeah. They're sounding, that's the thing with the rods. And then frauding is, I mean, frottage just means like rubbing, right? And then there's like docking, which sounds incredibly cool, right? It sounds like something a space station does with another space station, but...
like the type of person who goes to Hooters. The sillier you make them look, the less likely they are to be able to do that.
It's like putting a vegan hot dog inside another hot dog.
Although it does seem like the threshold for how silly they have to look before realizing they're being dinguses is higher than we might expect.
The latest issue of The Joker, the Man Who Stopped Laughing comic book, features a scene where the Joker, a man...
Yo! What? There's impreg and Joker?
Becomes pregnant. That's not how that works. I'm calling for a complete...
I mean, it could work if you try hard enough.
And total boycott of the Joker until further notice. I drink my coffee black. I eat my steaks rare and seafood raw. I like my beer domestic. I sit with my legs spread wide open. I am an alpha male, and no, I won't apologize for it. If you have to say you're an alpha male, you aren't an alpha male.
Okay, I mean, see, he's clearly baiting.
I started my day with 4 raw eggs, an 18-ounce medium rare steak, and a black coffee. I am confident. I am bold. I am extremely attractive. I am wildly successful.
I can't take this
I am
guy.
charismatic. I am talented.
I cannot take Nick Adams.
I am intelligent. I am decisive. I am wise.
I'm pretty sure he's
masculine. I am unapologetic. If you have to say you're an alpha male, sometimes to a fault. I am brave. I am gifted. I am an alpha male.
So maybe the Hooters thing isn't enough. I don't know. I don't think these guys can physically feel the sensation of shame anymore.
Should the Bible and Constitution be separate? I don't think so.
The Constitution literally says they should be.
Where?
The First Amendment.
Kid Rock.
It's this thing called the Establishment Clause, right?
Is the greatest musician America has. No cap. Virtually every single person I spoke to while in Australia missed Donald Trump and his swag. So,
but at least they didn't miss the top of the hour ad break, which is coming up in just 4 minutes. It's not even the top of the hour. It's the 40 minutes after the hour ad break, but whatever, regardless, it's going to take you and it's going to force you to watch an ad, and I have no control over what that ad is. It could literally be like an ad for, I don't know, some kind of Manosphere product, right? Shoved right down your throat against your will, right? And the only way to get out of this is to use an Amazon Prime to get out of it for free, is to spend $5 to get out of it, to buy yourself a sub, or if you're lucky enough, possibly to get a gift sub.
Some were salty about the mean tweets, but they all respected his grind.
Now, while I was making this video, a question kind of made the rounds on leftist internet. The question of whether or not the hashtag
Nabil, thank you for the gift sub to River Room.
Online left does enough to appeal to hashtag men has become the question du jour. And like,
okay, so now we're into it. That Nick Adams stuff was just foreplay.
That's a very misguided.
That was just the entree.
Question, in my opinion.
That was the fresh rolls dipped in peanut sauce. Now we're here for the pad thai.
Broadly speaking, the goal of the left should be to spread power to the most people possible. And so it should always be kind of harder to get people.
You can tell all they've had to eat today is oatmeal.
People who already have unfair amounts of power on board. That's inconvenient, but it's also kind of unavoidable without diluting the goals we seek to achieve. It is never in the self-interest of the powerful to aid the powerless. That's the reason there are powerful and powerless people in the first place. And men, by and large, are more powerful than women. There are, of course,
I feel like if I ever get tahini again, it's gonna have to be like in a squeezable tahini, but it's really hard to squeeze, right? There's gonna have to be some kind of like obstacle to me putting unlimited tahini on my food, because I love it so much.
Exceptions. There are intersections of other forms of oppression that can make individual people's stories different than the general trend. But like, men have most of the money, authority, and do most of the murdering and assaulting, often to not men. In virtually any circumstance where a man has a shitty time in life, if that man were a woman, they would be having a worse time, because they'd have all of their regular problems plus some new woman problems. Pointing out that this is unfair is always going to ruffle some feathers. It's going to make some men very mad, because they like having all of the stuff they don't deserve. They don't care.
So yeah, I recognize this. This is the part that Shu quoted.
They like that. They want it to stay that way because it suits them. Because of the stuff. So those guys, they're never going to be on our side. We shouldn't want them to be on our side because they're just going to fuck everything up, right? Like, our side is meant to stop those guys. It's like saying we should be trying to appeal to billionaires to fund the left. That might be convenient, but to get them on board, we'd have to fundamentally change our goals. So if we want to...
Okay, there it is right there. And that's the thing that I feel like everybody's missing. That's the part that's missing from this discourse, right? What's being asked in terms of, from Vaush, from Shoe on Head, from Brianna Wu, from whoever, right? In terms of the left is not speaking to men discourse, is that the implication there is that the left needs to be less lefty, like we could just do leftism without feminism, right? And like, look, this is the road to Peter Coffin. This is the road to class reductionism. And you know what else gets in people's way? Some people are transphobic, right? So if we just made it okay to be a TERF and be on the left, then that would get us some more leftists. We have TERFs, fighting on our side. Of course, they'd be fighting against the existence of trans people. We'd have transphobes, bring them over to racist. Yeah, let's just be class reductionists, right? And that's, then we could this is how you get the Nazgul vortex. Unironically, right? Do you want the Nazgul vortex? Because this is how you get it.
Achieve those goals, we have to be okay with alienating certain groups of people. Just pausing here because I don't think I did a great job of clarifying this point. I am not saying that dudes are unreachable. I'm saying that there are a portion of dudes who are unreachable.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I wonder why Shoe on Head didn't watch this part.
A small minority, but my point is that because most dudes are reachable and can be made...
Oh, yeah. Kid Rock drinking the Bud Light.
...to understand that actually sexism is bad. We therefore don't need to mollycoddle those who are too sensitive to hear that.
To me, mollycoddle sounds like a different thing, right? It sounds like when you when you cuddle on Molly, but that's Molly cuddle.
Because chances are, if you don't like hearing that sexism is bad, if hearing that makes you not want to be cool or chill, then probably you weren't going to be useful as an ally. Also, probably, you don't wipe your ass.
Because here's the thing, right? There's really two audiences that you could go for on every issue. Do you want trans people in your org? Do you want trans people in your coalition? Or do you want transphobes? Because you're not going to have both, right? You can't put together a coalition where you're just like, we just want the transphobes and the trans people to get along. These people don't want these people to exist, but when these people react to that and say, that's bad that you don't want us to exist, get the F out of here, right? Then we lose them. So we just like got to sit them down and be like, no, you two play nice. Like play nice, like sit in the back of the, every single issue is like this, right? There are messages that some people with certain kinds of privilege aren't going to want to hear, right? And you could either tamp that down and you could bring those people in which case you don't get the trans people, you don't get, any kind of marginalized identity in your group, and it starts to look less and less like the left and more like Infrared Haas's community, more and more like Peter Coffin's community, more and more like Caleb Maupin's community. Or you could do the opposite and say, hey, you know what, this is a requirement that we have. If you're going to be, part of our coalition, part of our org, if you're going to join us, right, you got to be cool with these people. And if you got issues to unpack, go unpack them somewhere else, right? Because we're not interested in making it more difficult for marginalized people to join our movement. Marginalized people are the heart and soul of any kind of liberatory movement. And if you're trying to put together, a movement that is working towards liberation on multiple fronts, you're going to need those people, right? Who's going to help you? Because essentially what you're fighting is oppression, right? To fight something, you got to understand something. And who's experiencing the oppression? Is it the person with privileged? Or is it the person that's a little bit more marginalized, right? So literally the intel that you need to fight the machine, to fight the matrix, is in the hearts and minds of those marginalized people that you are thinking about making it harder to join your organization by just like lighten up on the feminism stuff, lighten up on the trans rights discourse, lighten up on this, lighten up on that, so we can have a bigger tent. Yeah, I'm sorry, we got a bigger tent, and you're just turning it into a circus.
Yes, there's a statistical likelihood that you don't wipe your asshole. Reactionaries will always be able to get a foothold in any group of people being made to grapple with the unfair power they benefit from. Telling people they're special and deserve all the nice shit that they have, that's going to be an easier sell 10 times out of 10 than saying, hey, maybe you should have less stuff and other people should have more. It just is. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know if you noticed it, but there's a kind of boom-bust cycle in capitalist economies. I think I'm the first person to point that out.
There's a bit of a crisis that keeps coming up over and over again, almost like it's built into the system, almost like it's not a bug, but rather a feature.
In recent times, they've gotten all the booms to go to a handful of jerks, and the rest of us been doing nothing but busting.
Bustin' makes me feel good.
Sorry, I'm just gonna take another take of that. The rest of us have been doing nothing but busting. Okay, but you know whose fault it is?
Busting hard.
It's the group of people that are trying to get their fair share. If they just shut up, you can have their share. That's easy. It's easy to get people on board with that. They understand.
Yeah, shut up, sit down, stay in the back, and we're gonna bring in Shoe on Head. We're gonna bring in all these former Gamergators, right? But don't worry, Vaush is going to de-radicalize them. So eventually they're going to be saying trans rights too. It's just for now, we can't have you saying trans rights. It's just for now, we can't have you saying, women's rights, right? You got to shut up for now.
The value proposition there. It's other people's shit.
We definitely can't have you calling people out on their racism.
Right, so there's a contingent.
But don't worry, Vaush will make them less racist over time.
That we're never going to get. All right, there's some people that we're just not going to win over because we can't offer them anything better than having other people's shit. Because that rules, just to have other people's shit. I would love to take shit from you. Patreon.com.
I mean, look, there are some people that we can't get. I feel like, here's how I would put it though. Right? The people that you can't get are the people at the intersections of privilege. For those people, liberation of any kind is detrimental, right? If you got every single kind of privilege that there is, then yeah, you got something to lose here, right? If you are if you literally own the means of production and you are 100% privileged on every single aspect, right? Then yeah, we can't get you on our side. You either are our enemy, or you're gonna recognize that like you were getting too sweet of a deal, and you know what I mean. But yeah, you can't like cater a movement towards those people. I don't think there's that many of those people. I think that even the people that, you know, we're gonna lose in you know, in one sense, right, because they don't want to give up part of their privilege. The best thing to do is not, I mean, it's not like you're just like writing them off, right? There's probably some area there's probably some aspect of their life that is marginalized, right? Most people experience, this is going to break people's brains, but most people experience some kind of oppression, some kind of marginalization, right? If you're not at the tip top of that pyramid, right, you are experiencing, you know, some form of oppression, some form of exploitation, some form of denigration, and yeah, you know, we can get you, right? Maybe not on every issue, but
/thoughtslime. But also,
on some issue.
Men, by definition, are adults. They're capable of understanding the consequences of their actions and should be capable of understanding the point of view of other people. I believe enough in men to trust that most of them understand, or could be made to understand, the inherent dangers and cruelty of the patriarchy. Part of that understanding is going to be uncomfortable, but prioritizing male comfort over the safety of others isn't going to help. It's just going to reinforce those same problems and replicate them in the very spaces where we're meant to be figuring out how to stop them. And how do we stop those problems? Simple. We unionize Hooters. We need to have a Hooters union. That way we can advocate to turn Hooters
to an all femboy waitstaff
into anything that isn't Hooters. Like, for example, we could let the waiters wear pants. If they wanted to wear pants, they could do that. We could hire male waiters and let them wear the little shorts if they want to. In my opinion, and I don't really get to have an opinion, I do not myself work at Hooters, but in my opinion, an important part of the Hooters union I am proposing should...
The means of speculation. So I think Lexical is talking about the financialization of the economy.
Be to fundamentally fuck up the brand of Hooters, just make it confusing and uncomfortable for clientele and management alike, rather than for waitstaff. Like, I don't know. Maybe we could make everybody wear sexy owl costumes, make the customers wear sexy owl costumes. Nobody gets in without one.
Prince Harry has never set foot in a Hooters, and it shows.
But okay, let's assume we need to offer men a little treat. We need to give men a special reason why they should hop on board with the not being assholes school of politics. Let us assume, for the sake of argument, that men are moral babies, incapable of understanding right and wrong. They are only motivated by pure self-interest, but also base their entire sense of self on what gender they are. Okay, that's our starting position. Hey, have you ever noticed that the version of masculinity that guys like Adams promote is fucking miserable? That all of the little weirdos, Jordan Peterson, Andrew Tate, the fresh and fit ghouls, they all propose this type of manhood that is just completely joyless and empty. A life of conspicuous consumption for its own sake, where the things you're meant to conspicuously consume are seemingly chosen for their inability to ever give you any material pleasure.
Water I drink is sparkling water, because sparkling water is for rich people. Sparkling water you have to buy. So if you only drink sparkling water, you only drink rich man's water. But I don't like sparkling. You don't like sparkling water? You don't like water? You're scared of bubbles, you little bitch?
Do you believe the act?
Look, I like sparkling water, and it's true, it's very expensive if you buy like cans of sparkling water, especially the ones with caffeine, right? Which I love those, but yeah, they're like, it's like it used to be cheaper, but it's like $3 a can now for for like a highball, right? So I don't buy that anymore because for the $3 that I would spend on like just a can of sparkling water, I can get 2 2-liters of seltzer water. That's like, I mean, it's seltzer water, right? You don't have to spend that much on it. You just get the
accusations made
Although
against.
I probably shouldn't do that, right? I've heard you use a bubble machine. Yeah, like maybe that would be cheaper. I don't know. Then you have to buy the CO2 cartridges, though, right?
It's the top G, Andrew Tate.
I hate that I like sparkling water.
Just eat shitty wings and drink shitty domestic beer, and if you do anything else, you're
Tate's sparkling. I don't think they serve sparkling water where he's going.
Kind of preening lib.
Although maybe so. Maybe it is in Europe. So
alpha male New Year's resolutions. Dine at Hooters weekly. Drink only domestic beer. Absolutely no Fortnite.
No Fortnite. Why? Because of the Fortnite dances?
Right.
A life of domination and struggle where you are alone against the entire world, and the only people you can depend on as allies are so inferior to you that you should think of them as like unto property. Where bonds between people are impossible, and the only way two human beings can relate to one another is through the veiled or not so veiled threat of violence.
If you're incapable of violence, not being violent isn't a virtue. People who teach martial arts know this full well, right? If you learn a martial art, you learn to be dangerous, but simultaneously you learn to control it. Both of those come together. And the combination of that capacity for danger and the capacity for control is what brings about the virtue. Otherwise, you confuse weakness with moral virtue.
A life of constant self-surveillance for any sign of deviant thinking or any behavior which steps even slightly out of the narrow confines of the arbitrary, prescriptive signifiers of manhood that you have been assigned. You're not a man if you like to eat salads or take too much care with your fingernails or feel the emotion of love. A life dedicated exclusively to cultivating loneliness, hyperaggression, and a contempt for anything which might broaden your horizons. Each and every new experience, every new sensation, new idea has the potential to have been placed there by someone trying to undermine you and steal your strength. An ever-present, ever-shifting, faceless enemy, always just out of sight, who has made it their life's mission to pervert and destroy you by making you think it's okay to hug your brother or some shit. That's like Delilah cutting Samson's hair. It's gonna destroy you. It's gonna take all your power away. You're not gonna be able to kill anybody with an ass's jawbone. The masculinity they propose is a prison, and I don't mean that allegorically. Like literally, it is a prison. It's designed to keep you in place, to restrict your freedom.
Wait, could
to
you
keep
even
you
see that?
compliant, isolated, and withhold anything which makes life worth living at all. It's going to destroy you. It's going to take all your power away. You're not going to be able to kill anybody with an ass's jawbone. The masculinity they propose is a prison, and I don't mean that allegorically. Like literally, it is a prison. It's designed to keep you in place.
There it is. I wanted to make sure you could see Foucault.
To restrict your freedom, to keep you compliant, isolated, and withhold anything which makes life worth living at all. For example, not having to eat at Hooters. It's like it's a mental prison, and they want to put everyone in it instead of the physical prisons where they only want to put not white people in.
It's almost like the Matrix.
Think about it. They want you to eat cheap, flavorless slop and not complain about it. They want you to be isolated and all of your interactions with other men to be jockeying for positions of power so that you never work together to advocate for your collective rights. They want to enforce a culture of violence that serves both to control your behavior, like a prison guard, and to redirect your energy and passion away from attacking the oppressive system you find yourself within by pitting you against other people trapped within that system. Not unlike when they let
Thunderdome
prisoners go lift shit in the yard. You know, let them get it out of their system, otherwise they're going to beat us up. Your behavior is strictly controlled because it's assumed that left to your own devices, you're just inherently dangerous. You're a moral defective to be controlled. Deep down, you're an angry, violent brute, and the best you can ever hope for is to be able to direct that anger and violence in a positive direction because it's impossible for you to ever be better. It's just baked in, it's just who you are, and trying to change it is just going to make it worse. Any deviation from the expectations placed on
Yeah, I mean, I think you're right, Lexical. That's the problem. It's like, it's not like that appealing to, like, I mean, the left does appeal to men. There are men on the left, right? But if you appeal to men for a reason of maleness, right? Then you're either diluting the movement or you're like lying to them, right? And either way, it's not going to work.
you is immediately suspect, is immediately viewed as a subversive attack. Like how prison guards will read your mail, just in case, just looking for any evidence you're plotting something. There can be no choice, no allowances for individuality, because the system can only ever work one way, their way. Little by little, more of the world is taken from you until all that's left is lifeless concrete. Hard, unfeeling.
I never thought of this, but is patriarchy and MLM...
Feeling immovable. Strong, maybe, but brittle. Easy to crack. And for all of these sacrifices, for shoving your life and personality, for shoving your entire humanity into this narrow little box, what do you get? It doesn't make you strong. You don't have the tools necessary to deal with emotional problems except through violence. That's weak. It doesn't make you independent. You're led around and told what you're allowed to do. That makes you submissive. And not in the fun way.
That's the weird thing about, right, is that they appeal to, the patriarchy's appeal is dominance paradigm, the power fantasy of dominating, when in actuality for patriarchy to function, it has to be hierarchical, meaning that there's only room for very few at the top and everybody else is subservient, right? So this whole philosophy of dominance paradigm actually becomes about the justification of that subservience on the promise that, you can go home and you can dominate your family, right? Your home is your castle. You can recreate the exploitation that you experience out in the real world in your own home to your loving family, right? And
it doesn't make you happy because, just fucking look at the guys telling you it will. They're all richer than you're ever gonna be, and they're miserable pricks. They're the saddest people on God's green earth. And here's the big one. You ready for this? It won't get you laid because it's designed from the bottom up to make you repulsive to women. The whole grift falls apart if you ever even talk to a woman. They have to make you just immune to women being around you and in your life. Seriously, what do you get? What do you get for all of this? Like what? Well, you think women are trying to take men's power away? Buddy, I got news for you. Power you can only use how you're told to use. That's not power. Power is being able to do the things you want to do and not giving a damn what people expect. Cry if you want to cry, or don't. Watch romance movies if you want, or don't. But certainly don't eat at the gross titty restaurant to impress some internet dickhead. That is what strength is. That's being a man. I think you can take it from me. I'm pretty masculine.
Put down the Fortnite. Pick up a Bible and a hacky sack.
What?
A hacky
What do
sack?
you mean? Is a hacky sack good to you? Isn't that a hippie thing?
Every time I go to the butcher, I have to walk by the woke coffee shop that attempted to put oat juice in my black coffee. The baristas may desperately want Nick Adams' alpha male to...
I could see high control groups using this kind of language.
Turn.
Yeah.
But I made it abundantly clear that will never happen. I just left the butcher shop, and you wouldn't believe what I witnessed out front. There were two burly alpha males throwing hands over what appeared to be an extremely valuable Trump NFT trading card. I had to carry my bone in.
That's the weird thing, right? Okay, so NFTs, we all know non-fungible tokens. You're probably familiar with the Bored Apes, the ugly, and then there's the lions too. They're just like ugly drawings, and they're worth something because of their rarity. Trump did this too, right? But his were cards. His were Trump trading, like with shit like Trump dressed up like Superman, like, right? They actually, like, had, there were physical cards.
Men who feel the need to lie and misrepresent themselves to the public are beta males.
Hey, I'm calling about my test results. Uh-huh. Is that good? I see. Is it curable? Uh-huh. Uh-huh. What do you mean, transition to the eyeball?
You're now on the Nick is not real train?
Zone. What does that mean? Speak English, Doc. Not all of us went to the University of Manitoba.
Eyeball zone?
No, it's a normal university. Oh, that was not condescending.
Yeah, they were NFTs, but I think they were also, somehow they were both. Like, right, NFTs are supposed to just be data, but it's data that you own, and you ask everybody not to right-click and copy because you own it. That's your ape until you put the slurp juice on it. What happens? Does it turn into two apes when you use the slurp juice?
Oh, I am not overcompensating for the fact that I just got diagnosed with big fart butt disease, the disease that makes you have a big butt and fart.
Hello and welcome to the eyeball zone.
Here in the eyeball zone.
Oh no. Oh no.
Sorry
No!
about that. I have a condition.
There was one last little one.
We put eyeballs on small leftist content creators is what we do. I've talked a lot about the Hooters Corporation and the demeaning shorts it makes people wear in this video, and
if they made physical cards, then they really aren't NFTs, but that's just funny too. I think it's just that, like, with Trump's demographic, like, they weren't going to be able to do it without trading cards. The brown eye zone. Oh no.
I don't think Hooters employees are sex workers. They exist in a liminal space between waiter and stripper that gives them all of the harassment of both, with none of the protections you might not expect, but like hope for. But don't get me wrong, I'm very much in favor of any kind of sex work when and if that sex work benefits the sex worker. I believe that waiters and sex workers alike should get to decide if they like to wear little shorts.
Okay. Oh my god. So I don't know how to start off with this one, because Fresh and Fit, we've never talked about this on my stream. I've never, ever, ever talked about these content creators. But I mean, they're red pill content creators. Their shtick is usually to invite women on their show and then to proceed to just kind of neg. And if you are not familiar with that terminology, it means to like insult and put down and try to make somebody think that it's like a PUA technique, right? The PUAs will tell men that they need to insult women in order to get women. That like, you know, if you're nice to a woman, you're going to build her confidence, and when she has confidence, she doesn't need you, so you're going to lose her, right? But if instead you take that same woman and you tell her that she's not as good looking as she thinks she is, and that, like, where did she get those clothes, and yada yada yada, right? You know, then she's vulnerable, and then she needs your approval, I guess. And I mean, if this works on people. If this, you know, the people that this works on are hurt people, right? You've seen videos by Noah Sampson, FD Signifier about them. They seem like a parody. Yeah, so even ABBA and Preach, who I think FD Signifier had like a back and forth with, even ABBA and Preach are here like kind of RIP bozoing Fresh and Fit. So like I said, their big thing was red pill. Their big thing was, I don't know, like, you know, sexism. And at some point, they decided to be like, you know what? Sexism would really go good with like a side of far-right reactionary nonsense. And they started bringing Nick Fuentes on. And they started bringing Sneeko on. And they started bringing, like, they started doing like weird racist shit on their show. And it was apparently not anything to do with the sexism, anything to do, you know, with their old shtick that got them banned. Apparently it was, oh no, are we seriously doing this? Did they really do this? Oh, Fresh and Fit Miami. No, we just need, wait, that is them, right? There it is. Okay, it still exists.
And we are.
So this is their studio. Apparently this is let me identify these two. Okay. On the right, this is Fresh. Fresh is responsible for the guests, and usually doesn't say very much, right? On the left is Fit, aka Myron Gaines. Yeah, Myron Gaines is in admiring Gaines, admiring another man's physical gains in the gym. That's what his name refers to, right? And he's fit, right? And so usually around this table you'd see a bunch of women. Sometimes you see like Destiny and Sneeko, right? Depending on the show that they're doing. Zerka was on? Nick Fuentes was on. They were a pretty big show, right? And Destiny started doing content with them, I think, because they're 1.5 million subscribers. They're actually bigger than Destiny, as far as I know. So the table's empty tonight. The table is empty.
Live. What's up, guys? Welcome to the Fresh Fit Podcast.
Yeah. He wrote the book Women. Was it Myron that wrote Women Deserve Less? I alluded to that earlier, right? Because that's the TLDR of a lot of this discourse. I'm glad they just came out and put it like that. Women deserve less. But if you don't deserve less, or if you do deserve less ads, right, then you've got 3 minutes and 30 seconds to get yourself a sub, right? Otherwise, you're going to be forced to contend with the ad break, which is somehow even more annoying than red pill content creators, right? So you can deal with this. If you have Amazon Prime, you can get a free sub from a Twitch Prime. You just hook up your Amazon Prime to Twitch, and you get a free sub out of that. You can pay $5. That's how much they cost on desktop. If you're on mobile and on an app, they'll charge you an extra $1 and it'll be $6, right? So some people like to use the web-based version of Twitch to get it for $5. And then the last possibility is that you might be given a gift sub. You're more likely to get a gift sub if you're active in chat.
Man, we got a very important announcement for you guys. Let's get into the show.
Let's go.
Oh my god, as a gym I forgot music is the thing. As a gym goer, I hate that gym culture so much, yeah. Oh yeah, the Myron Gaines thing, yeah. I think I remember I used to watch a channel where the guy would say lift heavy or die Myron, which is funny because lifting heavy isn't necessarily the biggest factor in gains.
Guys, welcome to the Fresh and Fit Podcast, man. As you guys know, we had a show scheduled earlier with Psych Hacks, but we had to cancel because we got some really sucky news.
Crazy news.
Yeah, crazy news, real talk.
Yeah.
Right now we're live streaming on Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, Twitch, Rumble. And guys, I mean,
is this the end, bro? Because we got some bad news, man. I mean, when I heard that, I was shocked because I mean, we love YouTube, man.
Yeah,
we love streaming.
Yeah,
and at this point, I feel like our whole lives are revolved around streaming and adding value to people online. It's just it won't be the same, bro.
Yeah,
what we heard
in 2020, guys. As you guys know, I was working for the government, right? I was a special agent of Homeland Security. He worked for. Fuck it, Wix. We'll just call it.
And chat, I know that this is this kind of content, it's not, it's a lot to watch, right? I mean, the Thought Slime video is a little break from that, but in general, when we're covering the Manosphere, we're gonna be watching some sussy bakas. I promise I'm gonna give you some cat time after this, though. We're gonna watch some cats after this.
Yeah.
Right.
Wix.com. Yeah.
And he was a tech support. I was arresting bad guys, etc. We started this podcast. We did our first episode on October 26th, 2020. It was a lot of fun.
I feel like there's a little hierarchy going on here, right? In terms of Myron Gaines trying to make sure that you understand he's arresting bad guys, whereas Fresh is doing tech support, right? We don't want to get it mixed up. Who's the real alpha male here?
Yeah. And Chris was there. The apartment was all empty and shit. And you know, and we had our first podcast. If you guys go back and watch it, like the thing was all zooming in and out and everything else like that, and it was all messed up.
It's like we're at a house club.
Yeah,
in and out.
Yeah, it was literally but we got it figured out. We got the lighting fixed, and you know, we continued to improve. Fresh landed some really good guests early on.
They only got demonetized on YouTube. Yeah, but I mean that's where their main platform is.
And then continues to get us a great guest. And
we made hours of content in the streets. TikTok, Patreon.
Yeah.
You know, many nights, 3 in, 4 in. Chris was there too.
While working jobs.
While working jobs.
And then I'll never forget, I get an email November 14th. Internal Affairs. Hey, we need you to come in for an interview. And I'm like, oh my God, here we go. Right. And I'm working at the government, sitting at my desk, writing up a report, and I see this email. And this is 2020 November. And I, I go, I let my supervisor know, hey, I got to go up to, the Internal Affairs office, right? Because it's not at the same building as us. And, I go over there and they take my phone. And I'm like, what the hell? Like, what's going on here? And then, and then they're like, they didn't want to tell me, but they're like, hey, we're part of an internal investigation. Next day I meet up with the special agent in charge, and they tell me, hey, it has to do with your YouTube. And right there it clicked. I was like, wait, hold on. Okay. They probably think that I'm recording videos on my phone. Like that's what it is, which it was a fucking iPhone 6 or 7. It was a piece of shit. And what ended up happening is I had to make a really tough decision that month. I remember going back and forth, trying to negotiate, trying to figure out what we're going to do. And,
I've heard the Catboyosphere.
They're like, no, you have to pick one. You have to either...
The Noosphere.
You're going to be a YouTuber, or you can be a special agent of Homeland, but you're not going to do both.
No, this sounds like... Did Agent Smith come up to you? Did he say, Mr. Anderson, you have 2 lives, and one of those lives is about to end right now. You have to choose.
And I had to make that decision. I remember you were there.
Noosphere
we
check.
had Andrew here. And I was like, well, we got people.
Yeah, they have a Zelda
working for us now.
Soundboard.
There's people that depend on us. You had to pretty much quit your gig. So I was like, all right, I'm going to resign. And I walked in December 5th, turned in all my stuff. And I walked away from the U.S. government. It was a good, 6-figure job. It was stable. It was a lot of fun. I enjoyed it. You guys know on my Fed Reacts, you guys see how I talk when I'm talking on that channel. And
Fed Reacts. Okay.
And I tell you guys that story to tell you that I haven't felt like that.
Oh, what got them demonetized? Somebody in chat asks. Okay, so yeah, it wasn't the misogyny. It doesn't seem to have been the misogyny. They've been doing misogyny forever. That's been their mainstay. Recently, though, they added more reactionary politics, and in particular, some racism. Right? I would show you that stuff, but I mean, I don't want to take risks with my channel. But basically, they got into a beef with ABBA and Preach, and they were comparing. I don't remember who it was, but they were comparing somebody to a monkey. Right? They were doing the they were they were doing some really to I guess be provocative, right? But and yeah, they had brought in they actually made Nick Fuentes uncomfortable. That's how bad it was. Nick Fuentes was like, I don't know about this, right? Yeah, that's
since today. And it sucks, guys. It really does suck. Fortunately, we made some moves, etc. And we kind of knew that the type of content that we make, for us to be able to give you this content, we have to.
It comes at a cost.
It comes at a cost, dude.
And it won't be here forever.
Yeah. And Fresh always said this, enjoy us while you can.
Yeah. They thought we was capping, man.
Yeah.
They thought it was a joke.
And we made moves on the side knowing that this could potentially happen. And guys, we the channel has been kicked off the YouTube partner program. Just keep it straight with
If you look right now, you can't even super chat or
you can't even super chat right now.
Yep.
So this is the beginning of the end of this era.
So we are in trolling chat. So
yeah. So you literally can't. Yeah, man. So it's so basically we're we're gonna figure out what's going on because we don't even really know all the details. We're working with YouTube to try to come to a middle ground and work together and figure this out. But for now,
we don't even know why.
We don't know the specific reason.
But we don't, in any form or fashion,
Chris,
hate YouTube or want to go at them. We're just saying, you know what? We wish we knew the reason why, but we respect, for them to use the platform and keeping us here for a while. And we appreciate it.
Yeah.
But
and the thing is that you guys know, right, on this pod, we push the edge, right? We push the envelope where we're not going to lie about that. Like, we give you guys the real deal when it comes to getting in shape, when it comes to
money, girls,
dating. Improving yourself, etc. And unfortunately, to be able to give people real advice that they can take in real life and apply to the real world, you have to have uncomfortable conversations about uncomfortable topics in uncomfortable times. Guys, it's about to be an election year. You know what I mean? We're talking about certain points, and we've brought up certain points that might not be politically correct, right? That might not necessarily align with everyone's viewpoints, right? And we've worked really hard to—
Yeah, Abin and Preach are definitely anti-feminist and transphobic, but not anywhere near what Fresh and Fit is doing.
bring people on that have different viewpoints, right? Some of them very controversial, some of them that may or may not be politically correct. And that's unfortunately the risk that you take when you make the kind of content that we do.
Even other platforms, look at Rumble. They're taking a huge beating on the stock market.
Yeah.
I mean, they're up.
Despite having one of the best years for revenue and for views and everything. And
so this comes at a cost, no matter who you are. Company, individual, creator.
Yep.
And a lot of you guys want to be aspiring RB creators as well. And I respect that. But just know, at a certain level, it will cost you a price you got to pay. And I think me and Myron understand this. And we were saying, you know what? At some point, we're going to have to deal with this price. And today's the day.
Yeah. And my thing is, guys, more than ever, real talk, more than ever, I know a lot of you guys send me messages, and trust me, I look at them. I really do look.
I mean, at some point he gets up.
It's expensive to run this. I mean, I really hate to even have this conversation with y'all, but we have a staff of like 20 people.
Being
100% transparent with y'all.
Okay, so the discussion starts to turn more towards they're offering these $20 subscriptions, or they've got like a website with $20 subscriptions.
Take it a little easy, guys, but like
think of like
we have people that work for us that legit have a need and depend on us.
Yeah.
And if it wasn't for this current platform right now, they wouldn't eat. Neither their kids. So it's kind of like,
especially Mo.
Well, that nigga been eating for a while. But the point is that like right now, guys, like we're being genuine here and telling you, look, listen, we need your help. And if ever before you appreciated the content, you gain value from getting your credit score up, getting a girlfriend or wife, or even getting money from Money Mondays, guys, like we need the help today.
Yeah,
on Rumble.
We really do. Because
so yeah, a lot of what this like is leading towards is a $20 subscription on their website or a $5 subscription on Rumble. They need your money. So I don't know. Like, to me, it just seems like, because I'm sure they've made a lot of money off of advertising. They're not going to make any more, at least right now. Now, could they get their their platform back? Yeah, their channel hasn't been deleted, right? So they might get remonetized at some point, but they seem to be just like trying to squeeze the last bit of cash out of this.
And I hate to even say this, man, because it's like we prided ourselves on like, yo, we're just gonna show up every week. We're gonna give y'all 6 shows completely free. You don't have to send in a super chat if you don't want to. Just watch the content. We'll be cool. But I don't know what it is.
And we've made investments ourselves as well, real estate as well as other businesses. So we are on some level stable.
Yeah.
But to keep this running,
to keep this running
high quality,
at this level,
the guests and what we spend to even get people out here,
ourselves on like not charging out, and we're still not going to tell you guys like, oh yeah, you have to blah blah blah. But if you can, I didn't want to fucking have to say that shit. I really didn't want to have to admit that. I wanted to just Rumble getting hit, right, for free speech. video, like just get strikes, whatever it may be. Guys, it's gotten to the point now where even where we shoot the location doesn't want us to stay here.
Yeah.
I didn't want to fucking have to say.
So yeah, this is Fresh's condo. Or sorry, this is Fit's condo, I think. And generally, like the show's, you know, usually has I don't know what 4 to 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 people, right? So they're having the equivalent of like parties, a lot of nights. There's people coming in, people going out. Eventually, there was going to be an issue with the fact that they're in a residential apartment, and
that shit. I really don't want to have to admit that. I wanted to just move the studio, surprise you guys. Yo, new studio.
It is 4:20 somewhere. That's a central. No, sorry. Central time zone, right?
It's lit, right? But dude, there is a matrix, man. Like, I mean, we've talked about this with Andrew at length. Like, people don't want you guys to get this message, dude.
Even Rumble's under attack too,
bro.
From everybody.
Yeah, they're trying to shut Rumble down.
I think at some point there was free speech where it was like, okay, you know what?
It's just such a weird thing that they've latched onto the Matrix of all things, right? I mean, the irony, the obvious irony that everybody points out is that the Matrix was written for, and it was kind of like a metaphor for trans existence, written by 2 trans women, and but beyond that, even, right? Just the characters of the Matrix, right? Like, Morpheus didn't teach Neo how to be an alpha male, how to neg women, how to use the red pill power, to get what he wants from the women, the high value women, how to be a high value alpha male, right? Like, there's just such a disconnect, right? Like, the Matrix is a story of people fighting for their existence.
Yeah. Say what you got to say. We won't crucify you. But nowadays, free speech is kind of like, is it even a thing?
There is a Matrix, and they don't want to hear NCC's message.
I mean, not really.
Yeah, it's called Twitch politics.
And and I've already put a considerable amount of my money into this new studio for you guys. I already put it in. I'm like all in. You know what I mean? And it's
wait, somewhere here. Wait. Well, something in the eye. So I mean, like,
yes, but saving children, right? That was great, but saving you guys is better.
Okay, so you might not be able to see this, but he was tearing up, or apparently tearing up. I don't know if it was real though. They said that saving the children was great, and I don't know what they mean by saving the children, but saving you guys is better. And then tear up and leave the room. That's what happened. Look at those short shorts though. Were those Hooters shorts? Anyway, there's nothing wrong with crying, right? Look, like I said before, it's all about being authentic. It's always about being real. It's all about being yourself. But, and men should be able to cry. This is not that though. Okay, so let's see what Fresh says.
Man, this is tough, bro, because we put our lives into this, we didn't miss a day, honestly. It's tough. We gave up so much to give you guys value. So, yep. It's current status. But yeah, Chris, how you feeling, bro?
Pass it on to Chris. Anyway, so I mean, you can see it's kind of uncomfortable. Chud Logic has dunked on them over this. I feel like most of the Manosphere, not that Chud Logic's the representative of the Manosphere or anything, but like I think most of the most people, like, even if these guys like are not done with as far as being able to maybe get their YouTube partnership back, which there's every chance that they can. they are sort of done with in terms of their influence. Something about the way that this went down, and you know, the kind of reaction that they had to this. Also, the fact that they literally did this to themselves, right? And it's really clear. It's really clear. They were able to do all the sexist stuff that they wanted to, right? When they started doing hardcore racist shit or far right stuff, like that's when they got in trouble. So, I mean, they knew what was going on here. And I don't know. I don't know. Maybe they're tired of what they're doing. They want to squeeze the last little bit of money out of their enterprise. Oh wait, I told you we were gonna do...
When you're mad at a cat, use the following 3 cat languages to tell them, but don't hit them. They may not understand your behavior and also become increasingly afraid of you. First cat language, pronounced forcefully and briefly. It's used to express mild dissatisfaction with the cats. Second cat language, pronounced by closing your teeth, touching the tongue to the teeth, and then forcefully elongating the sound. This cat language can be used to express strong dissatisfaction with the cats. Third cat...
I just realized that's music, and I don't... Oh, I'm supposed to try to avoid... That's the thing about shorts. That's the thing about shorts, is they've always got, like... Because, like, here's the thing, like, right, if that person used, language, or, like, sorry, if that person used music that was copyright, like, you can straight up play, like, copyrighted music. That's why with the Skibbity Toilet videos, the shorts version of them will straight up have, like, Tears for Fears. The you know, regular format version of it, I just realized that's music. It's a new concept. I just realized music was a thing. Is that music? Yeah, I'm like the butterfly meme. No way. Cat versus drone? Oh my god. That cat is chewing on her nose. Oh. Nom 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 nom. Okay, that's Yoda cat. Yoda cat. Raw meat cat. Oh my god, cat's got your dinner. How did that happen? Not gonna let it go either. Cat butt. No! No! It was all water. Oh! Some cats like water? Oh. Meow. Why do they have to use their claws, though? Oh, look at this one. What are these cats called? Me when I just got my toenails painted. Okay. Let's see what we get when we type in Oliver Anthony. Here, let's use this as a marker. Okay. So we got three videos right here on top. Oliver Anthony just unloaded. Oliver Anthony blasts woke media. Musician destroys woke clowns, becomes superstar. Oliver Anthony and his song Richmond, North of Richmond. Anti-woke superstar, right? Third video. Uh-oh. 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 Oliver Anthony exposed.
been an absolutely wonderful day. If you've been following,
It's always a wonderful day when I'm forced to watch the quartering.
This,
But it could be worse, chat. At least I don't have to worry about the top of the hour ad break because I'm a streamer, right? It doesn't matter. I don't need, I'm not like you. I don't need to buy a sub. I don't need to use an Amazon Prime. I don't get sucked into the ad break no matter what. So it's definitely like, look, I'm counting my blessings, right? If you want to count your blessings too, you can hook up your Amazon account to your Twitch account and get a free sub out of that. Get a sub for free. You can pay $5 on desktop or $6 on mobile to buy yourself a sub. Do something nice for yourself, you know, if you have the money. Or if none of those two things work for you, right, there is a chance that just being your wonderful self in chat will get you noticed. Somebody will see that you don't have a sub, you don't have a little face by your name, and they will take pity on your soul and pull you out of that ad break before it even gets started. But we do have 3 minutes and 45 seconds before that happens once again.
Overnight sensation, Oliver Anthony.
Look, I'll do anything I need to get myself out of watching the quartering. This is like my least favorite. Like, I don't know what it is about the quartering, but I just can't watch him.
I have seen some of this news, but what initially turned out to be literally out of nowhere, the biggest musician in,
I need to get one of those for my
at least in the United States, overnight, you know, number one on the
YouTube.
iTunes charts and Billboard charts, everybody loving the song. There's an entire reactor community that was getting hundreds of millions of views just reacting to his song, a song that many felt was a war cry for you know, their own struggles and their own feelings of unbelonging and sadness and depression and hopelessness. And none of what I'm about to talk about in this video disproves that. There's one thing I want to share before I go into all
so
this.
he's making sure before he starts to tell you, to expose Oliver Anthony for the liberal that he is, for the Democrat that he is, right? He's like, but your feelings are valid. Don't worry about that. Your feelings are definitely valid. You men, you're the most depressed group out there. And
about musicians and people who love music.
yeah, number one on iTunes. That's such a sus thing to say, right? Considering that people don't buy their music anymore.
I have long loved music. I've played music, you know, most of my life. You know, I was a bass player,
just like Tim Pool,
in many bands for about 10 years of my life. All of them
until they all found out it was the quartering and kicked me out.
What I would describe either punk rock bands or like indie bands. This is the type of music I like. Almost every one of my favorite bands is a raging far leftist, but I love their music. And so with music, I don't deprive myself of music I love simply because I disagree with the politics of the person that wrote the song. I know that it's easier to do, and some of the things.
He's taking forever to get to this.
If I said I don't listen to lefties music, I would have no music to listen to. I couldn't listen to Modest Mouse, The National, Sufjan Stevens, Pedro the Lion, or David Bazan. I couldn't listen to any of my favorite bands because they're all leftist, because I would greatly appreciate it. So music sensation, Oliver Anthony of Richmond, north of Virginia, says government will not save us. Throughout his song, you know, when I went out for this general public for its meeting to stop relying on someone 100 or 500 miles away from them to solve their problems for them, he added, you know, you see here, here's the video.
What I want out of this, like for the general public,
Yeah.
it's for people to, I guess, for one, to stop relying on
somewhere or someone too far away. He talks about community, talks about, you know, small town values, protecting each other.
Musicians and politicians.
He basically denounces Republicans claiming his song.
If there is anything for me to address at all with you, it's that you know, it's the one thing that has bothered me is seeing people wrap politics up into this. I'm disappointed to see, like, it's aggravating seeing people on conservative news try to identify with me like I'm one of them.
I mean, okay, so this is weird in two ways, right? Obviously, yeah, the quartering is crying about the fact that Oliver Anthony turned around, and this was after the Republican debate used his song as a question. Like they asked the people on the panel, they asked the people in the debate to explain why they think that this Richmond, North of Richmond song has resonated with so many people. And they all gave like a bullshit answer, right? But yeah, apparently he's not, happy with this being used in politics, in right-wing politics. I guess he's got, a fake accent is another thing that Quartering's attacking him over. Is it's not exactly though a fake look, I'll cut him a break on this one, okay? If you sing like certain types of music, the accent, the twang, it like serves a musical purpose, right? So yeah, there are people that don't have a southern accent, but when they sing, it sounds like they do. Like I'm not, gonna.
It's aggravating seeing certain musicians and politicians act like we're buddies and act like we're fighting the same struggle here, like that we're trying to present the same message. I've had a lot of people reach out to me, and I've tried to be polite to everybody, and I've talked to.
But the other weird thing about this is that, like, I don't, like I said before, like there is a political aspect to Andrew Tate's message, even when he's not talking explicitly about politics, right? There was a very political aspect to this song, in that, like he sings there's some sentiments that you could kind of, understand, right? Like that, your dollar ain't shit, you don't have a lot of buying power, and like, the sort of anti-corporate part of the message, but then it's like talking about somebody on welfare, like eating too many fudge rounds, right? Where so yeah, there's definitely like right-wing shit. Whether he it's kind of funny to me that he doesn't realize that
hundreds,
because definitely the Daily Wire, the people that made this song into the phenomenon that it was, were right-wingers, and they picked up his song for a reason.
People the last 2 weeks. It seems like certain people want to just ride the attention of this song to maybe make them their own selves relevant, and that's aggravating as hell. The other thing that I find aggravating is
like fudge rounds, I think. I don't know what they are, but shitting on people on welfare, yeah.
Well, like it was funny.
But he doesn't see it as his song as being political.
Seeing my song in it was fun. It was funny seeing it at the presidential debate, because it's like I wrote that song about those people. So for them to have to sit there and listen to that cracks me up.
I called it. I gotta say, I called it. When I saw them addressing his song in the Republican debate, I said that these were the people that the song was about, right? And it's not that the Democrats aren't also, but
it was funny kind of seeing the response to it. Like, that song has nothing to do with Joe Biden, It's a lot bigger than Joe Biden. That song is written about the people on that stage.
Is he a centrist, moderate, or alt-righter? I don't know. Quartering's got a picture of a donkey and Democrat in the thumbnail, so it makes me think that he found something about this guy's, like, liberal beliefs, it says. So I don't know. I didn't hear a lot of liberal beliefs coming from that song. It sounded pretty right-wing to me, but...
And a lot more, too. Not just them, but definitely them. It's cool seeing some of my other music come out, because people are...
So what he's saying is, he just doesn't like government, right? He doesn't like politicians. And if anything, to me, it makes him more relatable. I knew right away when when I was at the debate, everybody was playing this song. And I was like, bro, that Republicans are just as bad. Like, yeah, I vote that way because I want to pay less taxes for the most part. I'm a few issue type voter. I don't want, I won't vote for any war hawks. If there's an R in front of their name and they're a war hawk, I'll vote independent. I'll vote independent if it's somebody who's fiscally conservative. I don't put an R in front of my name And
it's funny, right? Because like I don't care if he puts an R in front of his name. I don't care if he looks for the Republican Party denotation as far as who he votes for. The quartering will always be a chud. The quartering will always be a chud. So like whatever, right? And I mean like same thing with Oliver Anthony. You know, you can take that anti people on like Snap shit and you can shove it up your ass, right? This guy's chud whether he realizes it. But how many of these dudes are there out there that are like reactionary, not just like right wing, but straight up reactionary? And they're like, oh, I'm not really political. I mean, the Republicans are bad and the Democrats are bad. And
identify that way, just like
if we could just live in an anarcho-capitalist hellscape, I think things would be great.
I don't think it's smart for anyone to do it with a D or an R or even an I, right?
Okay, I'm done with him. I can't take him. I can't take him.
As a Canadian, do you disavow Jordan Peterson?
100% disavow.
Okay, well, good. We can keep
As
you.
do I think most Canadians do. I have to say, though that voice he has, I think all Canadians are able to do the Jordan Peterson impression.
Oh crap, chat! I just realized I should have ended the stream like 45 minutes ago.
It's something innate within all of us. So he has really taken it on as his personality, but it's something that we all have the ability to perform.
Yeah,
I will go an hour if we can hit that sub point goal, but
yeah, I mean, I think a lot of Canadians are rejecting him, including the
courts and the ethics bodies
and the ethics bodies for psychologists within Canada, because maybe you shouldn't be able to use your massive platform to call Elliot Page's doctors criminal butchers, among other insane claims. God help anybody that was a patient in his practice. But Matt, you did the deep dive
to
here.
me, this is the big sort of disciplinary breakthrough that happened yesterday. The Mugshots one thing, but Jordan Peterson now, when you talk about him, you can officially call him formally a professional disgrace, because he appealed a ethics sort of ruling by the I think the Society of Ontario. What is it?
The Association of Academic Psychologists,
right?
In college psychologists in Canada.
And they're upset because, among other things, and you can see how he characterizes it, but I'll characterize it beforehand. Saying things like Elliot Page's doctors are criminals, or calling somebody a prick, P-R-I-K. David, do Canadians spell prick P-R-I-K, or is that just a Jordan Peterson thing?
So
I've never seen P-R-I-K.
I saw that misspelling, and I got to be honest, I don't know. I don't think I've ever written down the word prick, so I'm not even sure exactly how we're supposed to spell it.
And he also was very glib about suicide, like saying, I think there's an overpopulation problem, then go kill yourself, basically. And it's like, look, I'm not a fan.
Probably shouldn't do that as a psychologist.
Yes, when you have
also make fun of someone's weight, like the whole picture that he's like not beautiful, like that.
Okay, so I gotta say, when you're complaining about free speech, which he is, right now, he's talking about free speech. He's talking about there's like an issue with free speech, and he's being suppressed. His free speech is being suppressed, right? And what you say is, KYS, go unalive yourself. You're grifting. You're saying the one thing that will almost universally get you banned off of any platform. I guess the reason that it didn't get him banned off of Twitter is because he didn't say to a particular person or a particular group of people, go KYS. He said, if you think blah, 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 then why don't you go, right? But still, the issue here is one of accreditation, right? This organization of academic, Association of Academic Psychologists, right? They accredit him. They're the reason that he's able to say, I am Jordan Peterson, clinical, you know what I mean? Right? They give him part of the reason people listen to him is clinical psychologist, okay, or professor of psychology, right? They can't give him their stamp of approval. He's supposed to be a psychologist. A psychologist telling people to off themselves? A psychologist insisting on dead naming a trans person and misgendering him, and this other like kind of behavior, right? It's just they literally can't. He's lucky he's kept his Twitter.
When there's like eating disorders are an issue, like you can't be a psychologist.
It's only because Elon loves him.
Just and be talking
That's
about
not
something
affirming.
bad. Like,
Yeah, sorry, like what does they say? Sorry, not attractive, or sorry, not beautiful, and
Sorry,
no amount
not-
of
yeah.
authoritarian tolerance. We'll put that up in a second, but I want to, because he acts like they're not letting him like complain about the
There are a lot of shitty psychologists, but even orgs for psychologists will draw the line somewhere. Oh yeah. I think I went to I don't know if there was a psychologist. I think they were like a therapist that ended up being a TERF.
local like alderman, and what it is like, hey, you're one of us, and you put it in your bio that you're a clinical psychologist. Can you please not call like practicing clinicians criminals and talk about suicide like that? But anyway, so he appealed that ruling to a court, and the court, it came back to us yesterday.
Debate tonight. That's fun. I'm perplexed, I would say, about the situation in Canada. I've been thinking about it this morning. As you know, the court that we appealed the College of Psychologists' decision to decided that the college it's within the college's purview to stop me from having any political opinions, as far as I can tell.
It's not stopping you from having any political opinions. What's on the line is your membership to that organization, right? So if you want to have that clinical psychologist or, professor of psychology as your title, and not like disgraced former professor of psychology, disgraced former clinical psychologist, then you have to abide by their rules. But
pause it one second. So
I think the suit's supposed to be his logo. If you've ever seen his, it's weird. It's weird for somebody that hates like modern art as much as Peterson does. His logo seems to be giving that.
Jordan, it's not just that you think like capitalism like takes people out of poverty. They're not saying, Jordan, please don't say that. They're saying don't
like an alternative version of the Riddler or the Puzzler.
Call like gender for.
There's another one. There's a Joker, a Riddler, and a Puzzler. What is it? Just me, or does it feel like to me like the Joker and the Riddler? Like, I mean, I guess they are different. What's the difference? Somebody explain to me the essential difference between the Joker and the Riddler. Current Chancellor of the International Clown Academy.
Care doctors criminals with their giant platform.
Yes. And I just want to say, is he talking to his daughter here?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And he's wearing a zoot
dad
suit.
was being professionally disgraced, and the very first thing
one makes riddles.
It is like, oh, let's get in front of millions of people, and you sort of explain it in a way that really doesn't sort of address the actual complaint, Jordan.
Yep.
Stop me from having any political opinions, as far as I can tell.
It feels like with that outfit, he should be sticking his head into a lion's mouth. And no, I'm not suggesting that he KY us, right? I'm not. That's not my low key way of saying that he should shuffle off his mortal coil. I just mean he looks like one of those ringmasters, right? One of those circus dudes that puts their like, I will put my head in the lion's mouth and.
The decision, which I posted on Twitter and will post in the description of this video.
The Joker doesn't center his personality around being an insufferable prick. The Riddler, however,
starts out by making a case for the fundamental reality of freedom of speech for Canadians in Canada, and then says, but, and that's always a bad start when you're talking about freedom of speech, but.
Yeah, listen, it is a bad thing, because you know what they did? They got defensive. Whatever they wrote, if they started with like talking about we highly value the free speech of all our members, but right, then they're placating him, and you don't have to. You're a psychological, accrediting body, all right? The behavior of your members reflects on you. You have certain professional standards to uphold, all right? If one of your members goes on the internet and starts telling people to off themselves, you should off him, by which I mean off of the accreditation, right? Like they should have done, you know what they're doing? Okay. So this is the sad thing. They are so scared of the social media, confrontation with Jordan Peterson that they start off really defensive, saying we really value free speech, we love free speech, but there's just certain things, right? And instead of kicking him out and saying you are an absolute joke, get the hell out of here, like, what do you think you're doing as a professional psychologist, telling people to off themselves? That's absolutely unacceptable, right? Instead of that, they're saying, why don't you take a course? Maybe that's all you need. A little course, right, in social media. And, being somebody who takes, for, some of the things I do, continuing education units, right? These are, educational units you have to take, courses you have to take, usually online, in order to maintain your credentials, right? I have experience with this myself, right? Sometimes they are somewhat involved. They're like, 3 credit course, and sometimes they're less involved. They're like a 1 credit course, right? My guess is what they're giving to him amounts to this. Here are 9 examples of a psychologist doing things on social media. The first 3 of these are perfectly within your rights to do. They're totally fine, right? The second 3 of these, a little bit morally gray, maybe unethical, but we won't kick you out of the organization for them. The third 3 of these are unacceptable, right? And they go through them. They go through the examples, right? And then they give you a test and they say, all right, here's the example. Is this totally acceptable? Unethical but acceptable, or unacceptable, right? And you take the test and over again until you get 75% or 80%, right? You get 80% of those questions right, and now you have your CEU. I'm pretty sure that's what they're giving him, right? This is not even a slap on the wrist. Like, this is just... it's nothing, right? It's absolutely nothing. Why are they giving him nothing? Well, because they want to be on the record of being like, we disapprove of this, but they don't want to start a fight with him, right? And he is characterizing this as if he was being sent to a re-education camp, right? He's absolutely blowing this up. And like, look, all this shows is that organization is gutless. They are not willing to really uphold their professional standards, because this person doesn't belong in any sort of psychological professional organization. You can't have a psychologist that tells people to off themselves. That's just like, okay, that you found the one thing that just completely undermines your chosen career.
Apparently, the college has the right to decide that I can be re-educated forcibly with the risk of my license.
Now, pause. I don't know if they're going to be doing the milking tables that he's so afraid of, but I will just read from the...
I mean, that's the real re-education, right?
From the first, paragraph of this section. Reasons for the decision overview. When individuals join a regulated profession, they do not lose their charter right to freedom of expression. At the same time, however, they take on obligations and must abide by the rules of their regulatory body that may limit their freedom of expression. This case raises the clash.
I mean, you could call continuing education units a re-education, a means of re-education, right?
Between a regulated clinical psychologist's right to speak in a certain manner and the regulator's power to require the member to moderate that speech. And they go through it like he had plenty of opportunities to say like, hey, don't call that person a criminal or a prick or like...
And doesn't he just have to take an online course, and that is the authoritarian
all he had to do
censorship.
All he had to do is take a social media course, and this would have been like it. But this is why he didn't do that, and why he doesn't ultimately care. He doesn't need. First of all, he's not currently practicing, so he doesn't need this license. So it's more lucrative for him to use this as a way to play victim, and use this as a way to this video has like 1 million views now, I bet. Like this is a new grip for him. Oh,
100%.
I'm so pro free speech. They kicked me out of being a clinical psychologist. It's all a bunch of bullshit.
Yeah.
Also, it's worth mentioning.
Go ahead.
Back in 2018, he also received a misconduct.
It's just also funny because these guys always want to like make themselves out to be like Lenny Bruce or George Carlin, And those were, they're doing something different. They are courting public, like they're forcing, a situation. And same with Fresh and Fit, right? They're doing something that they know is going to cause a consequence. When that consequence happens, they scream free speech. They scream, I'm being oppressed, right? It's a little different. It's a little different than Lily Bruce.
Complaint while he was practicing, and at that point he did agree to improve what he had been criticized of. So the only thing that's changed now is that he has a Daily Wire contract and he doesn't need to be a practicing psychologist.
Well, the problem mentally is that the backlash is going to happen, but it's going to be backlash from Peterson fanboys against the university. So, like, if anything, there's going to be pressure for them to withdraw even this little course that they're trying to get him to take purely symbolically, right? I mean, it is nothing.
That's why he's using this as a way to just grift.
It's a little, yeah, exactly. It's a little bit of a burden on him now. But I gotta say, like, I do think this is short-term thinking. I think, like, a quarterly profits thinking, because, like, when Joe Rogan has him on, he's like, this guy is a clinical psychologist. That is like part of the biography. I don't know if you're just a podcaster now.
But they bump up against the actual practical realities of what they do, right? In the sense that, like, you can only do this for so long. It's the same thing with Dave Rubin being a classical liberal. Once you get to a natural endpoint, you have to abandon it. And the cash cow goes away at that point because you're branding as this intellectual that's going to say what you want to, what the left doesn't want to hear. That goes away when people realize actually you're a lunatic and you don't even have a license anymore.
Yeah, and it's not just the left. It's like professional ethics bodies, which are very not, like, they're not actually concerned that you like have these absolutely abhorrent retrograde views on, like, trans affirming care. They just don't want you to advertise it publicly.
Yes.
Yeah. So wait, we're talking about Michaela here. That's Jordan Peterson's daughter. That's the he's on with Michaela. She's got her own podcast now. Does she end up being upset or something? Like,
yeah,
like that's why it's not like re-education. It's like social media training.
Yeah, they're afraid of him undermining the.
Your dad says he's a classical liberal. Yeah.
Way that the college looks like the undermining the.
Well, it's almost like they want to be a Republican without these social consequences of.
Regulatory body that oversees it. For him to and he knows all this stuff. He's just playing stupid. Like, this is the guy is completely, like, his tweets. Sometimes, like, I'll hear of a tweet he did and I go to, and it's like that day I go to find it and I have to keep scrolling and scrolling. He's tweeting like every 5 minutes. I don't know.
He does tweet a lot.
And they're all haikus. Like, they all have this weird,
there's like a Joker picture. Like, there's a lot of Joker pictures now. Apparently, it's also.
So that's what he's leaning into with the outfit. I mean,
no. The outfit is a suit version of his logo.
And it has notice it's autographed as well.
Yeah,
his own autograph is on it.
I now see that. I now see it all coming together. It is not aesthetically.
I thought he was sponsored by, like, Reese's Pieces or something like that.
Not attractive suit. Sorry.
But let's continue a little bit more. It's really good.
Because I made political statements that the members of the college don't agree with, and those opinions involve two criticisms of Justin Trudeau, one criticism of his chief of staff, one criticism of an Ottawa city councillor, and then my objection on Joe Rogan to the climate apocalyptic fear-mongering that idiot tyrants are foisting on the general population.
Now let's go through this a little bit, Bradley. I have a clipped section there, or if you can go pick up the PDF, there's a section numbering the actual complaints about him. And it's not really that, hey, don't criticize it.
Does Peterson only have one daughter? Only one child that I know of, yeah.
Local politicians, it's like, don't call them pricks.
Mm-hmm.
And like the thing he says with the Joe Rogan thing is kind of interesting to get into. If you can zoom in, yeah, Bradley. that B section there. Yeah. Various comments on the podcast.
Oh, Michaela was mad about the milking thing.
Dr. Peterson made on the January 25th, 2022 appearance on the podcast Joe Rogan Experience. Peterson is identified as a clinical psychologist. See, that's a relevant part. They keep saying like he's identified.
Speaking of milking, it looks like this is the last chance to get a sub. If you don't have one, ads are starting again in 5 minutes. That means that if you use an Amazon Prime, you can get a free sub. You can also pay $5 for a sub on desktop. You can pay $6 on mobile, or you might be able to get possibly a gift sub. But yeah, other than that, looks like we're
Find himself with this, which is why
almost
the body has to be
here.
like, hey,
tone it down,
represent us. And spoke about a vindictive
He has a
client
son,
whose
too.
complaint about him was a pack of lies. And then speaking about air pollution and child deaths, Dr. Peterson says, quote, "It's just poor children and the world has too many people on it anyways." Now, Jordan Peterson, that I watched that full context, and Jordan Peterson is summarizing what he suggests as the population there's too much people on the. He says like that's not true.
So he's actually on the right side of this, right? Overpopulation is like a Malthusian lie that's being spread. And he's actually right about that, but
thing that's quoted that he says there, he actually later says it's not true, but he can't get into that, which is kind of a misquote of him, because this entire thing is not really that he's criticizing climate policy. It's that he is telling people to kill themselves
Yes.
if they believe in overpopulation, which as a clinical psychologist, not something you like.
Which, look, I mean, I guess I get the joke. I guess I get the joke is you think there's too many people on the planet. Why don't you make there one less person, right? Right, but you the thing is you just can't say that like as a clinical psychologist, right? I mean,
Can do. I'm sorry. Like, even if I agree that like I don't like overpopulation stuff, I think it's like Malthusian, whatever, right? Like I personally as a podcaster wouldn't say, "Hey, go kill yourself."
Yes.
For that.
Yeah.
And I am not. I'm
Clinical
not like
psychologist.
a clinical psychologist.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, we have like a responsibility when you have a platform and how to use that platform. Like he'll claim that he's being targeted because he's Jordan Peterson and saying these things. The reality is the reason why this is a problem is because of the platform that he has. And even so, during the initial complaint, there was one of the psychologists came out and said, if I had done a quarter of the things that he said, I would be questioned. Like my license would be taken away. And that's someone who isn't well known, right? So you have somebody who. You magnify that times a million with someone like Jordan Peterson. It's even more important to deal with this because of the focus that is on him as this public figure.
okay, well, I was about to say see you again Sunday, but it looks like we're under 100 subs now, so the Sunday the Sunday stream is not gonna. I'm gonna cancel that one for this week too.
Yeah, and just another one, lest you take his like, oh, they won't let me criticize the local politicians. A tweet on February 19, 2022, in which Dr. Peterson commented that Catherine McKenney, an Ottawa city councillor who uses they/them pronouns, was a quote appalling, self-righteous, moralizing thing.
Oh yeah.
So it's like, bro, like,
you're engaging in like active dehumanization.
I'm sorry for doing politics.
Right.
Like, yeah.
And he still has the 100% right to engage in this in a capacity that is not as a clinical psychologist. If he
exactly.
wants to rip up and resign from his post or make sure that it's publicly clear that he's.
Okay, well, it's been 4 hours now. Thank you for being here. We will try again on Monday to get over the sub goal, but it looks like I am gonna have to see you on Monday. And yeah, I'm so tired.